undergoing what we call a significant fiscal transformation under the leadership of the President of the country, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. One of such is the fiscal policy and tax reforms measures being crafted by the PFP TRC, which has started a widespread debate across the country. We have brought you all as key stakeholders across the private sector, the public sector, as well as the academia. We will speak on how we can pay taxes, how we collect these taxes, and how we utilize these taxes. Today, we're not just going to be having helicopter conversations that hang somewhere in the air, but we want to make sure that we have meaningful dialogue that will provide a richer perspective for everyone here and will also affect the woman on the market, outside, on the market, on the streets, positively. My name is Elizabeth Musa. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm a professional compere. And for today's occasion, I'll be piloting the conversations we have here. I stand before you, and I'm honored and privileged to be standing before you all today as your MC. Please make yourselves welcome. As we proceed, I'd like you to firstly give yourselves a round of applause for being here. And I'd like you to please look to the person closest to you and smile to them and tell them you're welcome. It's tax-free, don't worry. All right, thank you very much. So while we proceed today, I'd like us to please rise as we take the national anthem. Thank you very much. You may be seated. All right, as we move on in the agenda today, I'd like to please make welcome for the opening address the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform set up by the President of the country, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Please make welcome Mr. Taiwo Oyedele as he comes up for the welcome address. Thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming and coming on time. I'd like to recognize every single one present here today. You're all very important. And particularly, our guests, very special guests from the academia, the vice chancellors, other professors, business leaders, executives, professionals, and policymakers, and the ordinary man on the street and the ordinary woman on the street. Thank you for coming. So as we all know, this tax reform has been ongoing now for close to 2 years. And in that period of time, we've had extensive debates, what I can actually call a national debate, which we think is healthy for our country because it's good to have those important conversations. While that is positive, the not so positive aspect of it is the majority of the Nigerian people actually believe that the tax reforms are about VAT sharing formula, inheritance tax, and VAT rate. Whereas those reforms are transformative. We have more than 200 landmark changes. We don't want to lose focus of the reform itself, and therefore we believe that given that the passing of the law is imminent, it is time for us to bring critical stakeholders together to start thinking about how should we prepare for implementation. You would agree with me that many people would say time and time again that Nigeria really doesn't lack good laws and good policies, but we're not the best with implementation. And sometimes how well you implement is a function of how well you prepare. How well you prepare is a function of the knowledge that you have of those changes. And at the end of the day, the reforms will only be as good as how well they are implemented. So in the room today, we have policymakers, we have business leaders, executives, we have CFOs, we have tax consultants, we have accountants, we have lawyers, economists, we have small business owners, we have large business owners, we have multinationals, we have domestic operators, we have all Nigerians represented. So keep an open mind, ask your questions, but I would encourage you to keep everything constructive. So you notice that our events usually are very professional. We don't do protocols, we don't do long CVs, we're not here to praise anyone. We're just working for our country. So whatever criticism you are giving is welcome, but let it be constructive such that we can do something about it and that can advance the cause of the reform and ultimately make our dear country, Nigeria, a better place. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you very much to the chairman for that brilliant welcome address. I'd also like to welcome again for another address. I'd like to welcome the Vice Chancellor of Babcock University, Professor Ademola Tayo. Please make him feel welcome as he comes up. Thank you.
The chairman and distinguished members of the Federal Government Committee on Fiscal and Tax Reforms, fellow vice chancellors here present, distinguished key stakeholders, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great delight and a profound sense of gratitude that I stand before you today to welcome you all to this very, very important workshop, which is in partnership with Babcock Business School. This event represents our collective commitment to securing Nigeria's economic future. I strongly believe that the tax reforms going on is an initiative that is a significant step towards enhancing Nigeria's economic landscape through addressing the challenges of multi-layer taxation and the complexities of the current tax system. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no doubt that this workshop will provide a platform for stakeholders to engage, share insights, and assess our readiness for effective implementation of tax reforms. I'm very confident that the discussions and recommendations emerging from this workshop will contribute significantly to the success of the tax reforms. Throughout this workshop of today, I believe we explore critical areas such as how do we simplify and streamline tax processes, reduce bureaucracy, and enhance compliance. What about digitalization of tax administration to enhance tax compliance, reducing corruption, and improving efficiency, and on and on. I am delighted to know that this workshop has attracted a diverse range of stakeholders. I believe this diversity will enrich discussions, foster networking, and facilitate the exchange of ideas and experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite all to key into this laudable initiative as Babcock Business School partners with the Federal Government Committee on Fiscal and Tax Reforms to take this engagement of advocacy, training, and research further in rebuilding a virile Nigerian economy through evidence-based sustainable fiscal and tax reforms. To our distinguished guests, government officials, industry leaders, members of the academia, let us use this platform to strengthen partnerships, create new opportunities, and drive initiatives that will fortify Nigerians' economic resilience. In conclusion, may I at this juncture heartily wish you a very stimulating experience and a fruitful deliberation. And may we be positioned to provide far-reaching actions in the course of our knowledge sharing today that will help our nation build a robust, resilient, and enduring economy through effective tax administration that can withstand future economic shock. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much to the Vice Chancellor of Babcock University, Professor Ademola Tayo. Thank you so much for your great input this morning. As we move on, I would like to make welcome some of our Vice Chancellors who are also present here. We acknowledge you. We acknowledge all the captains of industry present here. We acknowledge everyone in the public sector. Every single one of you today is really important to us. So I'll be making welcome for the Goodwill addresses today in no particular order. I'll be making welcome the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, Professor Olawale Ogunkola, for the Goodwill Message 1. Please make him feel welcome as he comes.
Good morning, everyone. Let me make a correction. I'm standing in for Professor Adebowale. I'm not yet a Vice Chancellor. But I'm happy to be here, and I want to congratulate the Presidential Committee. We've been hearing about you. We've listened to you. I want to also congratulate Babcock University, especially the business school. It is a good idea for us to be on this platform. And I congratulate all of you who are here, because it's an opportunity for us to say one or two things about the policy. To me, it's a welcome idea in many ways. And one of the reasons is domestic resource mobilization is a big issue. And it's becoming more important for us today. You said it's closing the shop. UK is reducing all the support. and we have no choice. We want to develop, and therefore we must key in and raise revenue. And one of the ways to do it is tax reform. Tax reform in such a way that we bring in more people into the net, not necessarily increasing the rate, but we want more people to join this and to see the reason why they must pay tax. We also need to also be sure, this is to the Presidential Committee, that we utilize whatever tax revenue that we have. Because if people are convinced the reason why they should pay, of course they will pay. Granting exception is allowed in terms of development, but it must be done in a transparent manner that people will see the reason why we are granting exception. I will use one example from my experience. The work we did for Sierra Leone is on special economic zone. And I also learned that they have to review the tax policy to be able to grant exception to some companies there. So we need to think along that way. Using tax system to promote production, Mr. Chairman, sir, I think is key than using the tax system to promote importation. There are many ways we can do this. It is not only tax reform, but I know there is need for what I call policy coordination, policy harmonization, policy coherence, and policy stability. This will send signals to active participants in this area. We in the academia, we have a challenge, and the challenge is to do research that will inform policy. The challenge is for us to give options to the Presidential Committee. The challenge is for us to see it as national service. And we need to do this with all due diligence, rigorous enough for people to take decisions. And finally, I wish us all the best as we take our country to the next level. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, I'll make welcome now the Vice Chancellor of Leeds City University, Professor Kamaru Adeyemi, for another Goodwill address.
Thank you. My name is Professor Kabir Adeyemi Adeyemo. Distinguished guests, esteemed members of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, the leadership of Babcock University, that's the president, my colleagues, vice chancellors, tax professionals, scholars, representatives of private sector, civil liberty, invited stakeholders. It's a great honor to stand before you this morning at this significant tax reform implementation readiness assessment workshop. This is a crucial moment in our national journey towards economic revitalization and fiscal sustainability. And I'm highly impressed by what the committee and the entirely Babcock Business School has synergized and bring this gathering together. As we all know that Nigerians today stand at a very critical crossroad. For too long, our tax system has underperformed relative to its potential, hampered by its inefficiency, overlapping jurisdictions, low compliance levels, and general lack of public interest. And the consequences of this leads to insufficient revenue to fund development and over-dependence on oil, and a growing mismatch between national aspiration and available fiscal space. Why the need for the reform? Why the need for this workshop? This is why the work of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Reform Task Committee is not only timely and urgent, but it's highly imperative. The committee mandates to simplify, harmonize, and modernize Nigerian tax system is a bold step towards aligning our fiscal policy with the needs of a 21st century economy. And we are very proud that the Presidential Committee have been up and down, up to this task. As we know that most of the key reforms of this include tax harmonization, digitalization of tax administration, like what is applicable in some developing economy like Brazil, Indonesia, and South Africa. This embracing technology to improve transparency, reduce leakages, and make compliance easier and more accessible for all taxpayers. And also broadening the tax base, incentive rationalization, reviewing and where necessary, phasing out ineffective tax incentives that do not deliver proportional socioeconomic benefits. Stakeholder preparedness. How are we prepared? All of us. Yes, the stakeholders. However, policy alone will not transform the system. Yes, the success of this reform depends solely on stakeholder preparedness and coordinated implementation. And our readiness must be measured in three basic areas: the institutional capacity, our tax agencies equipped technologically, like what we have in Brazil, legally and human resources-wise to manage this transition effectively, public awareness and education. Are taxpayers sufficiently informed about these changes? Do they understand their rights, obligations, and benefits of a reformed tax system? And the chairman has been doing this because I've been seeing him on Arise, Channel, TVC, coming out and informing the whole Nigerians about the needs for this. And then the collaboration and ownership. And that is why we have academia, stakeholders, captains of industry coming here. These are key players that will definitely align and committed to these reforms. Therefore, my goodwill message is that we call on all stakeholders to share knowledge, challenges, and solutions openly in this conference, this workshop, and we commit to capacity building across all levels of government. We support public enlightenment campaign tailored to different population segment and enhance digital transformation, not just as a tool, but as a philosophy of efficiency and accountability. I express my sincere appreciation to Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee, the Vice Chancellor of Babcock and the Babcock Business School, Professor Tayo, and Professor Akintoye, for the kind invitation to participate as a panelist in this important conservation. This dedication to inclusive and progressive physical reform is both inspiring and commendable. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a very successful workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, sir. Professor Kabiru Aderemi Adeyemo. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him again. I'd like to make welcome for another goodwill message, the Vice Chancellor of Kola Daisy University, Professor Olatubosun Ajayi. Please make him welcome as he comes up. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I stand on the existing protocol. My name is Professor Adeniyi Olatubosun, SAN, not Ajayi. So I also want to stand on the protocols that my colleagues have established. And I also want to wish the presidential panel for a good job that is being done. In the constitutional realm, it's more of a plebiscite, trying to link the public with what government is doing. And I think this is one of the first type of policy reforms that is taking place that is inclusive of the generality of the people, especially stakeholders. And I wish and I commend you, sirs, and the entire committee for a job well done. A lot will be said in the process of this event today. And one of the objectives is to promote economic growth, to reduce unemployment, and to also control inflation. But by and large, complying with tax in most private institutions and establishments has to do with the understanding and the mindset of those who are operating these people. Because many a times people evade tax because of the way in which government have not done so much for the system. So I will employ the organizations and the various stakeholders to co-opt with the government in ensuring that we do our responsibilities in terms of obligations. But on the other hand, too, government also needs to put in place enabling environment for business to thrive. because it's difficult for people to plug back to the system when the conditions of doing business are not too favorable. So I expect and I wish that in this exercise of today, there will be key considerations of areas by which we can make a progress in our land. And I also want to say that there's a need for improved transparency and accountability. Like Professor I've also said the other time, if we improve taxpayers, if we improve trust in them, if we encourage them, of course, people will key into that and ensure that we do what is needed. There's also need for improved service delivery system for all agencies and institutions that are saddled with responsibilities of making facilities available, so that it will justify the need to comply with the provisions of tax reforms. And I wish when we do that, then there will be increase in participation, because we need a large number of people to pay tax to realize most of the policies and the objectives that are set out. And I believe with what the committee is doing, the awareness is already gaining momentum, and there is a need for Nigerians of all stock to ensure that we have a new mindset and orientation in complying with the conditions that have been set out. By and large, there is a need for those who are going to manage the resources coming from the tax to also ensure that they are justifiably used and utilized, so that there is no room for lapses in terms of what we are able to garner together and what is being distributed in the course of it. So, above all, I wish every one of us a fruitful deliberations as we come to interact together for making our country to look beyond our oil revenue as our mainstream of economic recovery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to make welcome for another goodwill message the Vice Chancellor of Adeleke University, Professor Solomon Ajayi Adebola. Please make him welcome as he comes up.
I want to thank my colleagues who are here, especially the organizers from the Presidential Task Force, and of course, the visitor of Babcock University, a co-participant in organizing this. And I must mention very quickly to my good friend, Professor Akintoye, who I handed over to at Babcock, I remember, as the Dean of Babcock Business School in charge of this, and has gone far beyond what I thought he would. Congratulations, my friend. To God be the glory. I want to thank you for being here at this time for this very important occasion. I have just a few points to make. Greetings from my chairman of council, of course, and citizens and members of the community of Adeleke University. One major issue is, why do people refuse to pay the tax? If they are convinced it's something they should do as citizens of the country, why should they refuse? I think the tax administrator should take that very seriously and prepare ways to get people convinced about payment of tax, not compelled to pay. If they are convinced, they will pay willingly. If they are compelled to do it, they find a way to avoid as much as possible. A major point again people notice is the distribution of the revenue from tax itself. How is this money used? I was going through a document sometimes yesterday, and I find the use of a particular tax, the value-added tax, the VAT. And I saw major variations in terms of how much some states contributed and how much they got. It's sad to know that, I don't want to mention states for political reasons, but there are states like Lagos that contributed about 83 point something billion naira and got, I think, around 90 something billion naira, 114%. As against somewhere in part of the country, A particular state contributed 3.4 billion naira and got 70 billion naira. It's absurd. If you don't contribute to it, what must you get from it? Like I said, it's heavily political. I will not go far into it. But at the again, that could make some states refuse to release the value and release the funds that they get in terms of tax by way of VAT. Nigeria should have gone beyond the current form of tax assessment, tax processing. There are digital ways of doing this. Smaller countries are doing it. Smaller in terms of not just their wealth, their GDP, but the size. Nigeria has that large advantage of size. Smaller countries in terms of Ghana, in Kenya, the approach to tax collection and tax processing and revenue distribution is digital technology based. It's much more efficient than what we do currently in Nigeria. Now, that's how we are concerned now. Many of us are tax professionals. I'm a fellow of the Institute. I practiced for some time, but at the point I left it beside for some other things. Who are those who encourage others to avoid tax? That's the issue. Not the ordinary man on the street. He may want to run away from it, but there are consultants here who do it professionally. You can evade it. Of course, technically, the laws allow it, but to avoid it, of course, is criminal. And many of you here, maybe not including me, I don't practice now, many of you here are guilty. And that is the sad part of it normally. You find government giving waivers for tax, sometimes from very obnoxious issues, for personal connections. And that destroyed the system entirely. It destroyed the issue of people's conviction why I should pay the tax. When I have nothing to pay on, by virtue of my earning, and somebody who has a lot more to pay on has a connection to say tax, you can avoid for some time, you waive this. And these waivers run to billions per year that could otherwise have been used to restore our roads. Go to a road between Ibadan and Ife, for instance. It's hell. And people have to travel on those roads. The money is coming through tax can be used for this and other areas of the country to expand. I want to appeal that this workshop should not be one of those that you finish and you find the collections of the materials that is not put on the shelf somewhere, and the man in charge just lays on the shelf to collect dust. I want to avoid this as much as possible, and I want to plead that whatever we discuss here and agree on should be taken to those in government who will implement what we decide here, to encourage others to come forward in future to take part in something like this as much as possible. One last point concerns me and a few others, and that's the issue of tax in some certain areas that include very particularly the private universities. We said this over and over. My chairman has said it over and over, Professor Adeyemo. I do understand TED fund, which means tertiary educational fund. Does not mean government tertiary fund. Does not mean avoiding private tertiary fund. It means fund collected from the particular area of government revenue to be spent on tertiary education. And in the last few years, in the last many years I've been here, I have not got a kobo from TED fund. Same thing applies to Babcock. I think you are in my same shoe. To Caleb from Canada, you see, and other private universities in Nigeria. And this fund comes from the tax of every single taxable individual and corporate body in the country. When it comes to disbursement, and they said, no, you are rich enough. And that's a wrong assessment. I want the organizers to take it back to government, wherever there is there. The tertiary schools who are owned privately, either by individuals or governments, should also be allowed to access revenue from TED fund. And thank you, and the Lord be with you.
Thank you very much to you, sir, for that amazing Goodwill address. We'd like to please remind you to please stick to 3 minutes because in the interest of time. Thank you so much. I'd like to please make welcome for another Goodwill message, Dr. Olusegun Vincent, representing the Vice Chancellor of Pan Atlantic University today. Please make him welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. I bring the Goodwill message of Professor Enase Okonedo, the Vice Chancellor of Pan Atlantic University, and to equally say we are in support on this particular implementation readiness workshop, which is quite essential for the work that has been ongoing by the Presidential Fiscal Reform and Fiscal and Tax Reform Committee. Most importantly, the point we want to make here is that we have a nation that has huge tax base. In terms of income tax base is huge. In terms of consumption tax base is huge. And of course, property tax base, wealth tax base. These are huge tax bases. But the tax collection to GDP ratio is quite, it does not reflect the enormous tax base we have in Nigeria, simply because the tax net is very, very slim. Indeed, we support the whole essence of the entire reform, because you cannot have that kind of huge tax base and continue to borrow as a nation. Out of these tax bases I've mentioned, we are only tapping into consumption tax base in the form of VAT in the country. Income tax base, people make profit, people collect salary, wages, and at the end of the day, the government is not able to collect anything because these profits, they are not part of the tax base. They are not inside the tax net in the nation. And of course, you see huge transactions in the area of property, especially in this Lagos. At the end of the day, government is not partaking in anything. And essentially, government has aided many of these properties to gain huge value. But you see that nothing is coming to the hand of government. And you now continue to ask the question, where have we got it wrong? And I'm very sure that this particular committee will have addressed these areas, especially during this implementation talk. We should actually look at all these things. People are very rich. We have a very rich country. We have many people wallowing, swimming in wealth. The level of affluence unimaginable. But a common salary earner is paying more taxes than these people. We have traders in Okeani market, in so many big-time markets, transacting in billions of naira every day. These guys don't pay tax. They don't pay tax. What is happening to us? Where did we get it wrong? And indeed, another area we want this particular workshop to focus on is informal sector. Can we disentangle the jungle known as informal sector and SME? Are they synonyms? Some people, is there any incentive to remain informal? Because this informality has not been properly diagnosed. And you see, at the end of the day, most companies, they pretend to be SME or they pretend to be informal, purposely to evade tax. What can we do about this? You see companies transacting billions of naira. They remain enterprises. They don't want to properly get incorporated. in order to not to come under the tax net of the country. They transact billions and they remain venture enterprises. And you know, ventures and enterprises, they don't pay tax. It's the tax of the owner that represents the tax of the enterprises. Yet these guys, they transact hundreds of billions. Can we do something about it? Can we just migrate into the UK system? There's nothing enterprise, there's no company known as enterprise or venture in United Kingdom, whether small or big. Even if you are a sole trader, you've got to go for incorporation and you become a limited liability company, and we see you clearly. So with this jungle known as informal sector and SME, we have to properly define this area, because so many companies, they pretend to be SME or they try to remain informal because there is incentive being remain as an informal practitioner within the economy, and it's purposely to evade tax. We are quite sure that we will do justice to this area, and if we are able to disentangle the jungle known as informal sector, the country can make more revenue. The country can make more money to serve the nation. It's on this note, we want to congratulate once again the organizers of this particular workshop, both the Presidential Fiscal and Tax Reform Committee and Babcock University, most importantly, Babcock University Business School, for this giant stride. We want to wish everyone useful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, sir. I'd like to please make welcome the Vice Chancellor of Osun State University, Professor Clement Odunayo Adeboye, represented here by Professor Olaide Badamosi. Please put your hands together as he comes up. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Professor Olaide Badamosi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and I'm here making a very bold and frantic attempt to wear the big shoe of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Odunayo Clement Adeboye. You will please permit me to rest on the existing protocols because of time constraints. As a matter of fact, I'm almost tempted to want to adopt what previous speakers have said and just thank the committee for inviting us and wish us a fruitful deliberation. But that will be suicidal, because when I get back to the Vice Chancellor and he attempts to ask me for a copy of my Goodwill message, only to tell him that I adopted hook, line, and sinker what other presenters have said. I bring you special greetings from our amiable Vice Chancellor, Osun State University, in the person of Professor Odunayo Clement Adeboye, the management and staff of our great university. Our VC is very passionate about fiscal and tax reforms in Nigeria. His resolute position is that we cannot grow economic growth and sustainable development without giving due considerations to fiscal and tax reforms, which includes changing the old narratives and having a paradigm shift towards a practicable fiscal governance. It is now imperative for us as a nation that we confront and take decisive actions to further strengthen our economy through rigorous fiscal and tax reform. And I'm optimistic that the Power Park Federal Government Committee on this all-important issue will deliver on this national assignment. It is no news that Nigeria as a nation ranks very low on the global ease of paying taxes, which have been adumbrated by earlier speakers. We gather here today to contribute our own quota to this national discourse that will create a fiscal and tax regime that not only funds essential services, but also promotes trust, inclusivity, and collaboration. And for this vision to be realized, relevant stakeholders, as we have in this gathering, must engage in a transparent dialogue to ensure tax reform that can be implemented fairly, equitably, and effectively. Of course, Nigeria faces a myriad of issues, including poor fiscal system and taxation challenges. And that is why the President has deemed it fit to set up this committee to address these challenges and bring about transformative reforms in our policy on taxation and fiscal practices. The importance of a sound fiscal policy environment and an effective taxation system for the functioning of government and the economy cannot be overemphasized. Our discourse today will certainly define Nigeria's fiscal future and catalyze inclusive development as we take a cue from international best practices from Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Egypt, and the likes, who have successfully used progressive taxation and digital system to foster sustainable growth and development. We must focus on tax reform so that we can replicate the lessons we have learned from these economies. I'm pleased to inform you that in Uni-Osun, we have an intellectual and multidisciplinary tank called Uni-Osun Solution Center. This center engages in multidisciplinary cutting-edge research and debates on this nature. And I promise the gathering that I will table this topical issue before them, and whatever they come out as part of their cutting-edge research, I would relate and transmit it to the committee accordingly. I want to thank the chairman and members of the director of Backup Business School for inviting us to this discussion. And then I also want to rub minds that, I want to suggest rather, that part of the problems we have in Nigeria is continuity. We keep on setting up committees, and like a previous speaker said, their report will just end up in the shelves. So I want to suggest, I'm not lobbying for the committee, that for the good work that they have done and they are doing and they will continue to do, if it is possible that we can transform this committee into an inter-ministerial outfit, so that continuity of the work they have done can help us to ensure effective implementation and ensure continuity, so that we can move from rhetorics into action. And I also want to, that's the model we use in Osun State University. When the then governor, Professor Olagunsoye Oyinlola, wanted to establish Osun State University, he set up a planning committee. And part of the success story of our great university today is that the Pro-Chancellor, Professor Peter Okebukola, former Executive Secretary, Nigerian Universities Commission, was a member of that planning committee. Professor Shola Akinrade, our pioneer VC, was also a member of that committee, and many others like that. So when the university took off in 2007, it was a case of continuity from the proceedings and the outcomes of the planning committee, and that was the model that we used in developing Osun State University to what it is today. So I plead that this committee should not just wind up, they should transform into an interministerial committee that will oversee the implementation of whatever they have come up with. Finally, now is the time for Nigeria to innovate, to reform, to reconstruct our economy, fortified by inclusive legal and strong institutional framework on fiscal policy and tax reforms. We must endeavor to strengthen our institutions in the area of fiscal and tax reform to ensure the effective and efficient implementation of our fiscal and tax policies in Nigeria. I thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Olaide Gbadamosi, SAN, for that address. And last but certainly not the least, I'd like to please make welcome the immediate past Vice Chancellor for Abia State University, Professor Oyemachi Maxwell Ogbulu, for another Goodwill address. Please put your hands together as it comes up. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everybody. I am Professor Oyemachi Maxwell Ogbulu, the immediate past Vice Chancellor of Abia State University, Uturu, down, Abia State. Everybody that has spoken has come from one side of our dear nation. I thank the organizers of this workshop, the chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee for inviting us, and also the members of Babcock Business School for this wonderful event. I bring you warm greetings from Abia State University, and in fact from the entire state. I am not representing the state, but I bring you good wishes and warm greetings from the entire university community to this event. Government policy is very, very important. Not just fiscal policy, monetary policy, incomes policy, trade policy, foreign exchange policies. All of these gamut of policies are important in driving our economy, in driving this country to the desired state. What do we want? We want economic growth, sustained economic growth. We want that sustained economic growth to also be evenly what? Distributed. To happen along and across all facets of our economy, all geographical areas, the 6 geopolitical zones. We want every part of the country to feel the impact of this economic growth and sustained economic growth. We want diversification of the economy. We want to bring down inflation. We want moderate prices, not galloping inflation. We want to increase our export base so that we can earn foreign exchange. We want increased welfare. We want to increase the income of Nigerians so that they can pay what? These taxes. So I want to bring it down, and I want to enjoin every one of us that it is important we support this noble and very effective policy reform of this present administration. We have gone through the proposed tax reform bill in all sincerity. It is a good document. It is a good document, provided we go beyond, like my dear colleague said, we go beyond rhetorics to what? Implementation. We go beyond the level of policy making to the level of policy execution. That is what can make the difference. Ask me this question. From 1960 to date, have we not been formulating policies in this country? Ask yourself the question. Have we not been formulating policies, whether fiscal policy, monetary policy, foreign exchange policy, or what have you? We have. But what have we got to show for it? Yes, we have made some modest progress, but we are yet to be where we want to be. That is why we are clamoring for all this. And I want to thank the present administration, to thank the committee for a work that is, for this present work that is being done, that it is work in the right direction. But we must insist, we must encourage everybody, all hands should be on deck to do what? To move from the level of policy making to the level of policy implementation. The second point that we want to address and want you to look into, especially the committee and those up there, is that of policy coordination. That of policy coordination. There must be harmonization between different strands of policy. Going through the reform bill, we have seen areas where the tax rate has been reduced. For example, company income tax is being proposed to be reduced from 30% to 25%. In the case of VAT, a lot of products, food, healthcare, education, are now being proposed to be removed from VAT, to be VAT exempt. Very good. It will lead to even distribution of income. But then, juxtapose this to your monetary policy. In a situation where on the side of fiscal policy, you are pursuing policies that will stimulate the economy, that will increase income. By extension, for us in economy, we call that expansionary fiscal policy. Then at the monetary policy level, we see interest rate increasing, lending rates increasing, hovering above 30%, which in itself is what? Contractionary. So you find that these two policy strands are moving at cross what? Purposes. All of these policies should move along the same trajectory, in tandem with our policy objectives. Look at another strand of policy, our foreign exchange policy regime. Is it right? I'm only thinking aloud. Money is what money can buy. Simplicity. Money is what money can buy. Simplicity. If I need $1. I'm operating under a regime that says I should cough out 1,600 naira of my national currency to acquire $1. And I'm again another monetary foreign exchange regime that allows me to acquire that same $1, perhaps with 1 naira. Which will you prefer? No, answer me, which one will you prefer of these two policy regimes? Obviously, you prefer the second option that allows me to acquire $1 with only what? 1 naira. I mean, to the businessman, to the man on the street, to the wage earner, put it to vote. I'll win you. The second one, all of us will go for the second what? Foreign exchange policy. What am I saying here? It gives us room for thought that we should also be looking at other strands of policy. I'm only using this as an example. I want to thank members of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and the Tax Reform Committee and the Babcock University Business School for putting this together. All hands should be on deck to support this reform bill, tax reform bill, because I know that if it is well implemented, it will achieve the set objectives. On behalf of our people, members of the university community in Abia State University, I say thank you so much. I bring you good tidings, and I wish everybody fruitful deliberation. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you very much to you, sir, Professor Oyemachi Maxwell Ogbulu. And now I'd like to please make welcome again for another Goodwill address, representing the Vice Chancellor of Covenant University, Professor Francis Iyoha. Please make him welcome as he comes up for another Goodwill address. Mr. President. Okay. Okay. All right, so, all right. Please, let's make the applause louder. That's the only thing we're doing here that is tax-free, so please, just keep the applause going.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Francis Iyoha, representing the Vice Chancellor of Covenant University, Professor T. Anake. He's not able to be here this morning because of other duties. But he says I should greet the organizers of this gathering this morning, and he expressed his thanks to the committee for the job they are doing. He also says I should congratulate the participants on their presence at this occasion. He is not an accountant, but is interested in tax matters. He says he's interested in the job the committee is doing, but that the constraints within the tax ecosystem should be noted, because it is not just sufficient to have tax reforms, but the constraints that could jeopardize the realization of the objectives have to be noted. And one of them, according to him, is corruption. And to solve that, he says tax revenue should be dedicated to legacy projects. They should not be spent for recurrent expenditure and all such things. We should be able to trace the revenue to specific projects. I hope that will be possible. He is also interested in the informal sector, which my colleagues have spoken about. He talks about presumptive tax. Presumptive tax is doing well in about 30 countries. About 9 of those countries are in Africa. That is the only way we can bring in the informal sector. And to do that, he is advocating service for tax, not tax for service. The people need to see what they are paying the tax for. Then fundamentally, he says, as we are reforming the tax, because attitude is everything, there should also be attitude reform bill, so that everything will work together, because our attitude to tax is very, very poor. He said I should congratulate everyone, and I hereby congratulate all of us here present, and I thank you for coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once again, please put your hands together for Professor Francis Iyoha for delivering the Goodwill address on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of Covenant University. I'd like to please make welcome right now for the lead presentation today. And this presentation is all about the tax reform overview, status update, and implementation imperatives. And this will be given to us by the chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. Please put your hands together as it comes up for this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are grateful for those remarks and comments, and we're taking notes copiously. We knew it was very ambitious to expect professors to speak for 3 minutes. So we are grateful for the elaborate contributions. Some of the points that I noted, just to confirm to you that we're taking notes, we had comments around VAT sharing, what you give in versus what you take. But we're not going to go into that because we don't want to start another controversy. But what I can tell you, sir, is that the data you have is not correct. People, for different reasons, created different numbers. Some of them just use GDP, very baseless analysis. But I think one point that is clear is that we've started the journey to make sure that we empower the subnational, give them more resources, and that people contribute more should relatively get more, but not leaving anyone behind, because it's still a federation. There was the point that came up severally about benefit to taxpayers, because we can't just be paying taxes if we're also doing the role of the government. And then fighting corruption. Then there's also the use of technology for efficiency. And then a lot of points around accountability and transparency. We also had points around incentives management and waivers. So it's not if you are well connected, you get incentives. If I'm not, I don't get incentive. We operate in the same sector, economic distortion, uneven playing field, very well noted. There's also an interesting point about professionals aiding and abetting evasion. and the professionals are in the room. So we will not say guilty as charged. We know that they love their country more than anything else, and they will play their role responsibly. There was a point around TET fund and exclusion of private universities from sharing the revenue. That point also has been noted. There's a point about the tax base of the country. How do we optimize it and ensure that we include things like property tax, formalizing informal sectors, and so on and so forth. We also have points around policy coordination. How do we ensure that there is proper coordination? Even though I would admit that you don't have to have all the policies moving in the same direction because it will be impossible, but it has to be that the objective is aligned. For example, the US Central Bank, that they call the Federal Reserve, they actually have two mandates. They have one mandate about price stability, that is control inflation and keep it low. And the same central bank has a mandate of maximum employment. So every time the Federal Reserve raises interest rates, they know they are fighting inflation, but it's drawing them back on maximum employment. So they try to strike that balance on their own. So we believe that we are moving towards that direction much better as a country now and going forward. There's also another point around the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee participating in implementing the reforms. So that one I can tell you is already implemented. And that's because when the committee was set up, Mr. President said to us that he's not looking for reports and people to come and take photos. So he said, you come up with the ideas, you work with me to implement. That is why you haven't seen us submitted one report and we take photos and we go. We remember our Oronsonya report, isn't it? So if only it has been set up like our committee, those guys would have worked with the government to implement. They submitted the report, they moved on, and nobody implemented. So one assurance we can give you, also based on the political support from the highest level, is that government is committed and our committee members, all very passionate about their country, are dedicated to working with government to implement the reforms. The last one is beyond our pay grade. That's the Attitude Reform Bill. So since we have SAN as part of the professors and VCs, we will challenge them to develop the bill. All right, thank you. So I thought I should do a recap of those points just to confirm to you that we appreciate your contributions. So now I'll move on to my presentation. I was meant to be 1 hour. I'll try and do it in less than. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. We're trying to get the slides to come up. So my presentation is essentially looking at the tax reforms and then to do an almost like a helicopter view impact assessment and how ready we are and what we should be looking at. Okay, so the outline I have is one, to give you the reform in context. You would imagine we have 4 bills altogether, more than 400 pages. So if we spend 1 week, we'll still not finish going through them. So we will not even attempt to do that. So I'll give you a very high-level overview of the reforms. Then we'll look at the critical changes. We decided to focus on the top 10. So we don't want the press to report these as these are the major changes only. These are just 10 that we're going to discuss. Then we'll look at readiness assessment, what we think the stakeholders should be looking at, and call to action. Okay, let's start this way. So if the global tax system were to be a system of cars wanting to run a race, this is how it will look like. This will be Nigeria. That is the Beetle of 1960s. The leading countries in Africa, like South Africa, this is the car for their own race. And the developed economies represented by the OECD, that is the car that they have for this race. That's a Tesla truck. Now, you'd agree with me that it doesn't matter how hardworking you are, it would almost be irrelevant how hard you pray. If you have this Nigeria car, you cannot win this race. Okay. This is one of the reasons why Mr. President said, and we're very grateful to him, that he's not negotiating whether we need a reform. He says the tax reform is not up for negotiation, but we can negotiate the content of the reform. And that's why he insisted that he's not withdrawing the bill, because withdrawing the bill means you're not going ahead with the reforms. But if you say, we don't like this one, we don't like VAT this, we don't like PITD, let's discuss it. Otherwise, we cannot hope to win this race and stick with our old car. This is not a car for you to even start repairing. It's a car to replace altogether. So, we have a system that is not conducive for growth. The Nigerian tax system is not conducive for growth. We have multiplicity of taxes, and we have multiplicity of taxing agencies. At the federal government level alone, more than 60 agencies were given revenue targets based on the 2024 budget. You can't set up agencies to be taxing everybody they find. That's not their job. We have very high tax burden, particularly on businesses. We tax small businesses, we tax medium-sized businesses, we tax large businesses, we tax even informal sector. Whether the money goes to government is a different thing, but they pay taxes. We tax poverty. Our poorest citizens. Just imagine for a moment, somebody is earning 60,000 naira a month. That's average of 2,000 naira a day. Because they are working, means they have to go to work. So transport will come out of that 2,000. Even if they eat once a day, they're not likely to carry stove to the office, so they buy at least one meal. They are likely not to have a home of their own because they earn only 60,000, so they pay rent. Even if they have only one light bulb and fan, they will pay utility bills. If they have 1 or 2 kids, they'll buy pencil, eraser, and give them 50 naira to buy sweets or biscuits. And then they still have to pay tax on that. How is it possible? We said in our committee that tax is a means to an end and not an end in itself. That there is an equation we develop. You know, there's a social contract, right? We expanded it, and we call it the socio-economic contract equation that says that taxes are the consequences of economic activities. So therefore, government policies and tax must not distort economic activities. And when the taxes are collected from the economic activities, they are not collected for the sake of collecting taxes. They are collected because they want to be used to improve the livelihood, well-being, living standard of the people. So therefore, government policies and taxes must not undermine the well-being of the people. So that equation, for it to be balanced, government policies, including taxes, must not distort economic activities and should not undermine the well-being of the people. So if you tax your most poorest citizens, you already undermine their well-being, and therefore that tax is inconsistent with the principles of the social contract. We're also taxing capital and investment. Somebody wants to build a factory. We tax them in advance. They don't even know whether they will make money. So government we are good at inventing taxes. You have business premises permits, advert levy, business premises. You have all manners of licenses here and there. And then there's also the VAT on the asset that you bought that you cannot claim back. So at the end of the day, if you tax investment and capital upfront, how can you have more investments? Why don't you wait for people to invest, and when the returns on the investment start coming in, they can then share it with the government in a sustainable manner? One of the small business owners that we discussed with, she used to run a business where she employed more than 20 people. And she had to close down the business. And she said she will be honest that tax is not the only reason why she closed down the business, but tax will take a lion's share of why she closed down the business. She said that it felt like government was feasting on her business, because everywhere, everything is almost an excuse. From the waste collection, government will say you must buy a new bin. They will say, we must train your staff. Do you want to provide the person that will train? They said the amount you must pay. You still pay PAYE, pay VAT, pay withholding tax, pay companies income tax. And nobody is asking whether the woman is even breaking even at all. Of course, there is only so much you can go when you are not making money. She closed down the business. And she said, thank God that she will be fine, but she is concerned for the 20 families that she used to feed before. So these are issues we have to address. We also have archaic laws, some of them older than Nigeria's independence, like the Stamp Duty Act is a law of 1939. At that time, nobody thought the internet would be invented. How do you use a law of 1939 to deal with the commerce and the economy of 2025? It is impossible. And that is not even a law you should start amending. Just get rid of it and write a new one. We also have a lot of ambiguous provisions in our tax laws. A provision of the law is ambiguous if it's capable of more than one correct interpretation. What that means is you take your own interpretation and you are at the risk and the mercy of the taxman who may choose a different but because he has the power of the state behind him or her, he has power over you. And that can be very frustrating. It can be costly. It can be expensive. We don't need that. So, we said, let's reform the system. So this is why we are reforming. The fiscal environment also needs a lot of focus. Our tax to GDP ratio is one of the lowest in the world. It was less than 10% pre-2024. But the good news now is, based on the preliminary calculations we did for 2024, it is now about 13.6%, which is a significant improvement. But every Nigerian, including myself, will say, how would this translate to the day-to-day lives of the Nigerian person being better? Government, as of 2022, the federal government spent about 97% of its revenue just to service debt. If that does not scare you, they must be from a different planet. When government is spending all their money just to service debt, it means that all the salaries they paid, all the overhead, capital expenditure, Everything else was they borrowed again. That's a debt trap. And once you get to that point, you get to a point of no return where you have no other choice but to keep printing your money. And that gives you a Venezuela economy or Zimbabwe economy. There was a time in Zimbabwe where 100 trillion Zimbabwe dollar was barely enough to buy a loaf of bread. People left money on the street because there was no point. In Venezuela, they used currency to design bags, handbags, because money was useless. So we can't afford for that to happen to our dear country. And therefore, now that we have the opportunity, even though very limited headroom, for an orderly reform, we should not miss the opportunity. If we miss the opportunity, we're going to have a disorderly reform, and that's not what we want. Government budget deficit has been growing. It's beginning to decline now in relative terms, and government has stopped deficit monetization, whereby government will do their budget and say, we need to spend 10 million, but we can only raise 6 million. We have a deficit of 4. CBN, print the money for us. You know, economists have this nice terminology. We say it's deficit monetization. It's printing money to go and spend. We over-rely on a monoproduct, which is oil. And we could be more efficient with public financial management. When it comes to tax policy, there's a lot of inequity in our system, even within government, federal to state, state to local government, inequity between the people and the government, poor and the rich, middle class, multinational, small businesses. We have distortionary tax incentives. We have uncompetitive tax regime that does not make Nigeria an attractive location for investment, even within the African continent. Ordinarily, the default preferred location for investment in Africa should be Nigeria. But more often than not, when the analyses are done, Nigeria does not even rank in the top 10 in Africa, not in the world. So you now see companies putting headquarters in Ghana, putting them in Kenya, putting them in South Africa, when Nigeria is here, and we have all the people. So our fiscal environment is hostile, and we need to address it. The tax laws require that we harmonize them. There are just too many taxes. And we need to simplify the rules and remove archaic and obsolete laws from our books. Our tax administration needs to be more integrated and better coordinated. We need to use technology, like the VCs said in their remarks. And we also need to modernize the system to incentivize compliance. So, that is why we are reforming. So let me tell you how we are reforming. This is our approach. And this is very, very important because I think because of the low level of trusts, even there have been times that we shared information on social media and the entire post is about how government wants to reduce taxes, and you go to the comments and they are abusing us for wanting to tax everybody. So obviously they haven't read, maybe they're not interested in reading. They just assume that if there's a tax reform, you just want to tax everyone. The focus of this reform, 3 very important areas. Number 1, people-centered. Or if you like, call it people-centric. It's about the people. Number 2, growth-focused. How do we grow in a sustainable manner? And number 3, efficiency-driven. How can we ensure that we're efficient? We're very comfortable with these 3 headline objectives of the reform because they would necessarily, as a matter of course, bring more revenue. If you focus on your people, education, their health, you protect the poor people, you allow businesses to grow, right? And there's growth, there's more employment. Nigerian companies become multinationals, bringing dollars, hiring people, paying them well, decent jobs. And we're efficient. We don't do 10 processes where one is okay. We do research, we are innovating. The economy will grow, tax revenue will come. So for us, the focus on tax revenue is secondary. Primary focus is people, growth, and efficiency. And we are not saying it because it's nice to say it. Those are the things you find in those tax reform bills. We translated them into provisions of the law that we have the intention to work with the government to implement. One area of our work is fiscal framework. You know, people just think we're a tax committee. No, tax is actually less than 20% of what we are doing. The tax was the one that became popular and became controversial. But our committee has been working on fiscal reforms around government revenue, government spending, and government debt management, including even a policy around subsidies. Should Nigeria subsidize? If so, what should we subsidize? What should be our policy on sustainable development goals? What's our policy on the environment? We have all of that in a nice document that we call National Fiscal Policy Framework. So revenue transformation for us goes beyond taxes, government assets, government-owned enterprises, and natural resources. We think that the NMPC Limited, based on data available to us, should easily give Nigeria more than $10 billion every year in taxes, dividend, and share of profit to the government. We're not getting that now. In fact, NMPC will say that the Federation is owing them, right? So you can imagine what $10 billion means, not only for government revenue, but for the strength and stability of the Naira when you have that level of inflow. Economic growth facilitation and competitiveness and enhanced policy coordination. Then we have some tax changes around tax and tariff. You know, one thing that I reached this conclusion very recently because of what is happening in the US. I said to myself that actually, if you want to influence the behavior of human beings, you need three things. Number one is faith. Whatever they believe influences their behavior. Number two is their finances. If you take tasks from them, they run away from the activity. If you give them incentive, they run towards the activity because finance is involved. And number three is freedom. So 3 F's: faith, finance, and freedom. If I know that if I evade taxes, I'll go to jail, even if I don't love my country, I love myself enough to pay the tax so I don't go to jail. You'll see that what Donald Trump is doing in the US is actually tax. Tariffs are taxes. Look at how tax is turning the whole world upside down. International trade, process, outsourcing, value chain, supply chain, everything is disrupted just because of tax. So tax is powerful. We can use it to build, and God forbid that we also use it to destroy. We're hoping that the US will not use it to destroy the world. We have some innovative ideas in the tax laws. I'll come to that subsequently. We have provisions to enable growth, to remove fiscal constraints. We discussed with exporters, people trying to export things out of Nigeria. And you need to just hear their story and you'll be sorry for them, like how are they surviving on the day-to-day basis? One exporter told us that their product had to go through 22 approval processes. Approval, license, every single one requires that they pay. And they said only 2 of those certificates are needed where the goods are going to. So like we insist we must give you a certificate that nobody needs. And they said that process takes them between 2 to 2.5 months to complete it. God help you are trying to export perishables. It got so bad, they were putting products on vehicles, driving to Ghana to export out of Ghana. We cannot be doing this to ourselves. That's self-infliction of pain. And it's time for us to get rid of it. Then, deliverables from our work, like I said, is not just taxes. We have national fiscal policy. We have the tax reform bills. We even have proposals to amend the constitution that we have sent to the National Assembly. And there are also provisions on national single window that is being driven by the government as well to make it easy, efficient to do international trade. Our key performance indicators are, as a result of the reforms, we will see enabling environments improve. We see better policy coordination. We see fair taxation. We see responsible borrowing. And we see sustainable spending. So we are very, very intentional about these KPIs. So what do we expect from the reforms? Businesses will benefit. Households and individuals will benefit. And of course, government will benefit. The reforms will facilitate economic growth, revenue mobilization, and shared prosperity. For businesses, their business risk will reduce because when I tax you on your capital and your investment, I'm increasing your business risk. When I ask you to pay government 10% of your revenue in advance for tax that is due in 18 months, that's a cash flow risk, especially when you are borrowing at 35%. It doesn't make sense. I want you to use that money to create more activities and pay your tax when it becomes due. When I impose minimum tax on you, based on a law that says, we are sorry, or even if you made a loss, you must still pay government some amount of tax, you are taxing capital. Because if somebody makes a loss, it means that their revenue is less than the expenses. They're already in the red. You say, anyway, still go and look for more money and give to the government. In the tax reform bills, that has been removed. In addition to lower tax burden, we also have the ability for businesses to pay their taxes in Naira. We do not think it's right in Nigeria to ask Nigerian businesses to pay certain taxes to government in dollars. So you go to the forex market to look for dollars to pay Zoom, Google, whatever you are using that is foreign. You go back to the same market to go and look for dollars to pay the withholding tax and VAT to the Nigerian government. This has two major problems. One is it's putting unnecessary pressure on the Naira. Because when you pay that money to the government, dollar in Nigeria has not increased. It's the same dollar you remove from left and put in the right hand. But you've contributed into depreciating the Naira, which will now have implications for inflation and standard of living. And many times there were taxpayers who had taxes to pay and they couldn't find the dollars and they couldn't pay the taxes. Even governments did not have the money they needed and they were borrowing at double digits. This also has been addressed in the tax reform bills. Refunds will be given faster to taxpayers. In fact, some of them as fast as 30 days to get your refund. And we even said the taxman should ask you questions later. Pay the refund and ask questions later. Household will benefit, including individuals, in terms of job opportunities. For example, we identify that Nigeria can easily create over 1 million jobs in the digital space, particularly for our young people. They don't have to relocate out of Nigeria. They can be here and work for multinationals and earn dollars on a monthly basis. But as we speak today, we have tax provisions in our laws that make Nigeria very, very unattractive to those multinationals to hire Nigerians in Nigeria. We've identified those provisions and we have removed them. In fact, there are Nigerians who live and work abroad, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, many of them said to their employers that since we are working from home in the UK, we are working from home in the US, we can as well just go to Nigeria and work from home in Nigeria. And the employer said, we have no objection, but let's find out whether this will not pose any risk to us as your employer. Guess what? 10 out of 10, the answer was, it was posing a risk to the global employer, and they denied those Nigerians from coming. Before I left PwC, this was one of the areas where I had to advise, and you have to be honest. I want those Nigerians to come to Nigeria, but I have to be honest, otherwise I'll be in trouble. And they did not allow them to come. You know what we missed? We missed them bringing those foreign currencies to Nigeria to come and spend, spending time with their family, bonding, and building values. We lost those opportunities because we have unfriendly provisions in our tax laws. We tax basic consumption like food, like education, like health. We shouldn't be doing that. So you have zero VAT is going to be on food, healthcare, and education, and transport and housing will be exempt. There will be lower tax burden on low-income earners, actually zero tax burden on the low-income earners. Middle class, we have reduced tax burden, and the not so middle who are rich and high net worth will pay a little bit more. There'll be more business opportunities, the economy will grow, will mobilize revenue, and there'll be fiscal sustainability. So where are we with the reform bills? It's a long journey, but we've also come a long way. So first, we started by doing a lot of analysis, principles, direction of travel, reviews. We review a lot of what has been done in Nigeria since independence. Because like one of the VCs said, we are good at setting up committees. So since we knew that those committees would have come up with brilliant ideas that were not implemented, we said, let's start by looking at what they presented. We did all of that. In fact, we went through all Nigerians' economic development plans since independence, and they look very similar, just that we didn't implement as well. But anyway, after all those activities, we had consultation with more than 40 sectors, from small businesses, people with disability, Nigerians in the diaspora, manufacturers, financial services, even students. We had as well. We met with everyone who was willing to listen to us. We called for memoranda and received from every single state, even us, we were pleasantly surprised. All 36 states plus FCT, there were people who sent us submissions from those places. Organized private sector, individuals, firms. We considered all of them carefully. Of course, we are not making any excuses. Once the bill became controversial, people said we did not consult. And we said we apologize because we cannot over-consult. For us, any opportunity to engage is a positive for us, it's a plus. So once we've done all of that, we drafted the bills. And then the bills were approved by Mr. President and transmitted to the National Assembly. And then from the National Assembly, he went through the first reading, went through the second reading, and he went into committee stages, and he went back to the House of Rep, and the House of Rep has passed their version of the bill as we speak. The Senate are about to present the committee report after public hearing to plenary for final passage. And they have said that once they come back from recess, they'll be in a position to consider the bill. Once that is done, the next stage will be to harmonize between the House of Rep and the Senate and send the harmonized bill to Mr. President for presidential assent. Once the assent has been provided, the next stage will be to give a minimum advance notice period, because you can't pass laws today and ask people to implement tomorrow. There's a need for capacity development, there's a need for awareness, there's a need, both sides, government, private sector, and academia as well. So there will be sufficient advance notice which government will decide, but based on our national tax policy, it cannot be less than 3 months. So which means we're looking at somewhere in the second half of the year for this law to take effect, or worst case scenario, beginning of 2026. Then once implementation kicks in, the work has not been completed, the work has just started. Because that is when you need to monitor what you are implementing to see whether the impact and the outcome is what you envisage. If it's not, quickly rework it. So this engagement we're having with you will continue. And we want you to also even informally keep sharing feedback with us so that we can also pass it on to government to make amends as may be necessary. So we keep monitoring this as we go along. Okay. So let me now move quickly to the top critical changes. And like I said, I want to discuss just 10 major ones with us to stimulate our thoughts on the reforms and to get the conversation going on how we need to prepare for implementation. So the first one that I want to talk about is some important areas of the VAT reform. For example, we are introducing for the first time in Nigeria the ability for businesses to claim input VAT credits on their assets and their services. Today, businesses can only claim input VAT on their inventory. Let me simplify that. If you are a business that produces, let's say, bread, you need to set up your bakery. You need some equipment, right? You buy some raw materials to process. You probably have a vehicle to deliver. You have a phone to call your customers. You load it with credits. Under this reform, once it's implemented, all the amount of VAT you paid on every asset you bought, services including your mobile phone, that amount you can claim it back from the government. That's what we mean. So that brings down your cost of doing business significantly. And our appeal to businesses is please share this benefit with your customers. If I'm a business owner and this reform will save me 10 naira per unit, why don't I just reduce my price by 5 naira? So let me benefit 5 naira and pass 5 to the customers. This was one of the reasons why we kept saying Nigerians should please focus on the holistic reform we're proposing. Because some people just went to town with VAT rate will go up. Whereas VAT rate was going to go up on only about 18% of consumption, on 82% of the household consumption in the CPI basket, we were removing VAT. And the 18% where it was going to go up was going to be areas where the middle class, the upper class tend to consume more, like entertainment, like, for example, if you buy wines, you buy brand new cars, right? You buy smartphone. We are not saying those things are bad. We're just saying if you can afford to buy a car of 40 million naira, maybe you can pay additional 2 million as tax. And by the way, if that 40 million car is for a business, the entire 2 million tax you pay, you get it back. So which means even if this rate was going to go up, the impact on businesses will be zero because they get it back. We're not trying to make a case for the rate to go up. We're just explaining because our key stakeholder said we should leave the rate as it is. Now, we need to understand how to implement this new VAT regime. So I've listened to professionals, even professional tax consultant firms, not understanding how this will work because they've never done it before. So if I have a Taiwo Tax Consulting Limited, it means that once these laws are passed, any VAT that I spend for my business, from flying to Abuja and paying the airline, from buying airtime, from paying for maybe Google software, whatever it is, that's for my business, and I pay VAT, collect the VAT, and get it back from the government. So professionals, for example, should be excited. Manufacturers should be excited. You do that for services, you do it for fixed assets, in addition to the existing inventory. Then the other issues include VAT refund. So I need to emphasize this point. VAT refund, what we put in the tax reform bill is that when it comes to refund regarding VAT, government must pay within 30 days, even without an audit. And when they finish giving you the refund, they should go and verify whether you were honest or not. And if you were not honest, you pay a penalty of 200% of the amount you got. Now, what this tax law is doing is it's putting personal responsibility on all of us. Otherwise, what we've seen in Nigeria to date is that because we have some of our citizens who misbehave, the tax authorities treat everybody as being suspicious and dishonest. And that was the way we designed the system. You can't be punishing everybody equally because of some bad people. So what this new reform is doing is trust everyone and punish the dishonest one heavily. So this is one area you must, because if you send me a message that you have been imposed with a penalty of 200%, I'll be smiling. That is totally on you. Next is personal income tax reform. And this one affects all of us because we are individuals and we have to pay personal income tax. We did a reform of the personal income tax in a very transformative manner. There's something we call fiscal drag in fiscal policy. Fiscal drag is, because of inflation, if you were earning 100,000 naira 10 years ago, and you are still earning 100,000 naira today, you are a lot poorer today than you were 10 years ago. Do you agree with me? But imagine that your tax rate remains the same. It says if you earn 100,000, pay this amount. We have succeeded. The last time that we amended our personal income tax substantially was 2011, 14 years ago. At that time, once you hit about 3.6 million, you pay the top tax rates. 3.6 million, around 300,000 naira a month in 2011, maybe not too bad. But today, 300,000 naira per month is you struggle to make ends meet. Why should we be paying the same top tax rate as someone who earns 1 billion naira? That is, you are dragging your poorest people to the topmost tax rate. It is the worst case of inequality that you can embed in your laws. We have addressed that. So, what we have done now is that in the design of the tax band and tax rates, we use a lot of data in the work we did. We can tell you the average income that people earn in Nigeria. You'll be surprised that people who earn 100,000 naira per month or less are about 1/3 of the entire working population in Nigeria. Only 100,000 naira per month. By the time you hit 1.7 million naira per month, you already cover more than 95% of all workers in Nigeria, private, public, business combined. So the people who earn 1.7 million or more a month are few. They're less than 5%. While we acknowledge that that's not a lot of money, but that's the only people we have that can pay tax. So what we've done is to remove the tax completely on the lowest 1/3, reduce it for the 60-something% in the middle, and increase it slightly for the people at the top. That is the way to promote equity. Equity means not that you should treat everybody equally, but that you treat equal people equally and unequal people unequally. Then next, we have corporate income tax reform. Under this reform, we took the view that we need to encourage formalization. We disagree with the general view in Nigeria that the money the government is going to make is in the informal sector. There was no data to validate that to us. Our conclusion is that of the informal sector in Nigeria, about 97% of them should be exempted from all taxes, and that you can only meaningfully collect taxes from the top 3% of the informal sector. This was what led to our recommendation to exempt companies making turnover not more than 50 million a year from taxes. And good news is that 50 million has been increased to 100 million. So, if your turnover in a year is 100 million naira or less, your corporate income tax rate is 0%. VAT, you don't have to charge VAT on your goods and services. Withholding tax, you don't have to deduct withholding tax. And nobody should deduct withholding tax on you when you send them an invoice. And when you have your employees, chances are that your employees are barely earning 100,000 per month. No PAYE. We just want you to run your life, do your business, and grow. And our hope and prayer is that you become a multinational one day and pay us a lot of taxes. And some people have said, this is your reform. Don't you think that all the companies in Nigeria will suddenly become small companies? We said, no, we're not even bothered about that. The world has so advanced today that governments in many countries no longer ask their citizens to tell government how much income they have earned. Government tells you the amount you have earned so that you can come and pay your tax. It's called pre-populated tax returns. And I'm not joking with this. Even in Africa, in South Africa, in Rwanda, You go online, log into your account, and you see your details on your form. It's just for you to confirm it. There's also a country where they have used artificial intelligence. And if you are filling your reform, because you can decide not to take the one government has filled for you and fill your own. Imagine you have a house that you rented out, and you also work maybe for a university or a corporate organization, and then you earn salary. And you won't go to your tax returns and you declare your salary and everything, and you refuse to declare rent. As you're about to submit, the AI pops up and say, you have not disclosed the rent you collected on the 15th of July last year, paid into your GT bank account. Do you want to include it now? Let me see whether you skip. We are not talking about technology that will come in 5 years or 10 years. We are talking about something that is here today. Today. So we are not bothered about those who will lie. Let them go ahead and lie about their turnover. They will come and face the consequences. We want to trust the Nigerian people to do the right thing and want to reward doing the right thing. There will be simplified tax returns for small businesses, so you don't have to hire an accountant or a lawyer just to fill your tax returns. It will be simple. You don't even, I know some of the accountants don't like it. You won't even need audited financial statements. Yes, you just need your statement that you attest to. One thing I can tell the professionals in the room is you will have more than enough work to do. We don't want anybody to profit from the mystery of another person. If I'm a very small business struggling to survive and the law says I must do audited account, it's a punishment on me. Even though you are earning income as the accountant, but it's pain for me. We don't want that. We want you to earn income from doing audited account for companies that need the audited account, whether they have to pay taxes or not. In these reforms, everyone must file returns. In this reform, you're going to see very shortly, every company must have a representative. And that representative can be either the business itself or a professional. So imagine in Nigeria that you have just 1 million high net worth individuals. You know we actually have more than that. Let's say only 1 million. And let's say the large companies we have in Nigeria are only 200,000. Do you know how many accountants we have, plus lawyers, plus tax practitioners? They are not up to 100,000. I doubt if they have crossed 100,000 now. You will be too busy doing the work for people that can afford you than to be chasing poor people who have no money to pay. So please support our reforms. It will benefit everyone. There shall be no need for CAFA. Some people know what I'm talking about. Certificate of Capital Acceptance for fixed assets. Because we don't want people to have to go through unnecessary headache. You bought your assets. This is your asset. You bought a phone. Why do you need government to validate that you bought the phone? The world has moved on. You know how it works? Since I did not produce this phone, I must have bought it from someone. Or I imported it. Those are the two possible scenarios. If I imported it, we'll go and look at the record of customs. Did you declare it for import purposes and import duties? If you did, how much did you declare? Does it align with what you declare to FRS for capital allowance? Go. If you bought it from someone in Nigeria, there has to be a seller before there can be a buyer. If you say this phone is 10,000 naira to custom because you don't want to pay import duties, if you go to FRS and you say it's 100,000, the 100,000 will be disallowed completely. If you declare 10 at the port and 10 to FRS, we don't need any verification. Tick. You bought it from a seller. The seller says, I sold it 100,000. Buyer says, I bought it 100,000. You know, even if the two of them are lying, government is fine, isn't it? Because whatever this person is paying tax on, this person benefited from it. No impact. So why should you have to travel to Abuja? Some people come and do inspection, you pay a fee, and then they give you a certificate. It's unnecessary complications. So the only time you need CAFA now is if you want to get priority sector incentive, which I'll tell you about very shortly. The next one is capital gains tax reform. So for capital gains tax, okay, so this thing is not moving again. So we also realize that part of the ways of promoting equity is capital gains tax. Capital gains tax in Nigeria today is a standard rate for everybody, 10%. Whether you're a multi-billionaire, you sold asset worth 10 billion, you make a gain of 5 billion, you pay 10%. A poor man sells an asset for 2 million naira, makes a gain of 200,000, he also needs to pay 10%. When you charge everybody the same percentage, that is a regressive tax. Because the rich person can pay 10% easily because their 90% is still so much. Whereas for the poor person, the 100% is not even enough. To go and find 10 out of it is a rocket science for them. So we said, what should we do? We came up with an idea that says, why don't we just incorporate capital gains tax into income tax scheme? Such that if a poor person sells an asset that is liable to capital gains, and all their gain still makes them to be under exemption threshold, their CGT is 0%. When the multi-billionaires sell their assets and they make capital gains, they will not pay 10%, they will pay 25% because they are taxable at the top rates. When a small business sells an asset and there's capital gains, they will pay 0%. When a big company sells the asset and there's capital gain, they will pay 30%, which is their corporate tax rate. So, bear that in mind. Once the laws are implemented, capital gain tax will take the life of the income tax profile of the seller. For investment in the capital market, it is exempted if what you are selling in any 12 consecutive months is not more than 150 million naira, and your gain is not more than 10 million. You know you can sell 200 million and even make a loss. First thing is, have you sold more than 150 million? If the answer is no, don't worry about capital gains tax. Have you sold more than 150 million? Yes. Is your gain more than 10 million? No, don't worry about capital gains tax. So two conditions must hold true before you pay capital gains on shares. Proceed exceeding 150 million and gain exceeding 10 million in 12 consecutive months. We think that this is important for us to stimulate investment in the capital market because that's the most sustainable way to finance our growth. You can't be borrowing 40% from banks and expect to grow. But if the capital market is vibrant, you can raise. The South African capital market is more than $1 trillion. I'm not saying there are $1 trillion South African capital market. You can fund anything from that market. Our entire market is under $50 billion. It's almost like a rounding error in South Africa. And we're not even talking about America. This is Africa. Why is Nigeria not $2 trillion? So we need to encourage investment in the capital market. So the other one is curbing evasion. We believe that we must curb evasion. Evasion is illegal. So what are we doing to curb evasion? Number one is there's a cross-validation of expense deductibility. It's a big grammar, but I will explain what it means. If you have an asset or an expense that you have incurred, before you can get a deduction for it or capital allowance for it, you must demonstrate that the appropriate taxes, if applicable, on those expenses or assets have been paid correctly. For example, if I import this mobile phone and I have under-declared for import duty purposes, I'll be denied all deductions and capital allowances. If I bought it locally and this phone is liable to VAT and VAT was not charged, these allowances will be denied. So we are trying to make it more expensive for tax evaders to keep evading taxes. Because otherwise, what we're doing is we're creating disincentive for honest people who are paying their taxes, operating in a sector where others are not paying taxes and they are getting away with it. Then we also have fiscalization. Fiscalization means as you issue your invoice, you must use government-approved software or hardware. It will be like POS if you don't have a system. If you have a system, you just install the software. Anytime you just print out invoice for someone like that, a copy is downloaded into the system of the tax authority. If you refuse to use the government-approved system, software or hardware, government will know. You know how they will know? Let me give you and this was even, we had some engagement with Rwanda Revenue Authority. Rwanda Revenue Authority, I think they are the most advanced in Africa. It's unbelievable what those guys have done. Very small country. In Rwanda, they said, whatever you are selling, it's either you bought it, you import it, or you have produced it. This is how it works. If you were importing it, if you imported 1,000 phones like this, as they are clearing it for you at the border, at the ports, they are inputting it into your system as your inventory. Every time you sell one and use the software, the system will deduct one from 1,000 and say your closing is now 999. If you operate offline, you know the system will not deduct it. They will wait for you at the end of the year. You take your financial statement confidently and say closing inventory is 300. Their system says closing inventory is 500. They will come and ask you, what happened to 200 units of phones? Did they disappear? When they implemented this system, they cut more than 98% of the taxpayer in 1 year. From the following year, everybody complied. Do you know that Rwanda has increased their tax revenue 21 times in 21 years without breaking sweat? Technology. So we are implementing that as well. So it's fiscalization. Then, because of time, let me try and move a bit fast. So we are curbing evasion. We are moderating avoidance. You know, avoidance is not a crime. But we don't want it to be too aggressive with avoidance. Leave some money in the pot for government to run the economy. So, what are we doing to moderate avoidance? Number one is we are introducing a top-up tax regime, whereby if the company income tax rate is 30%, you enjoy all manners of waivers, credits, incentives here and there. We say when you are done with your tax planning, make sure that your effective tax rate is not less than 15%. The statutory rate is 30%. You've done some creative accounting to bring it down. Do not bring it down below 15%. If it comes down below 15%, let's say it's 10%, we ask you to pay a top-up of 5%. So that's like putting a speed breaker on aggressive tax planning. Of course, if you enjoy incentive like priority sector incentive, deliberately provided by the government, or you are a small business entitled to 0%, this will not be applicable to you. Then the other thing we've done to curb tax evasion, to moderate avoidance, is the need for you to disclose your tax planning strategy to the government. So, as a company, at the end of the year, you say, we are planning to do this. It may not even be end of the year. If you don't have anything to hide, why are you hiding? Just tell government, let's work on this thing together. So it's another way of moderating aggressive avoidance. You're also required to submit an incentive report every year. If you are entitled to any incentive under the law, right, that you have enjoyed, you know the incentive you enjoyed, just compile them, put the amount, and submit it with your returns. And that means if you are too aggressive, when you are preparing the return, you will advise yourself correctly. And if you don't, government will have the data to reform the incentive scheme. The other one that I'm very excited about is the tax ombud. We decided to not call it ombudsman because we want to be sensitive to our female colleagues. Why is it not ombudswoman, right? So let's just remove the man from it. So the tax ombud, or you can call it the tax advocate. What is happening in Nigeria today? Just imagine the millions and millions of small business owners in Nigeria. 99.9% of them have near zero knowledge of finance and business. They don't have to. They just need to be Nigerians who are patriotic doing their legitimate businesses. Then a tax officer will walk up to them. Madam, Oga, have you paid value-added tax? Have you paid withholding tax? How about PAYE? The madam and the man will say, what are you talking about? Once you say, what are you talking about, they know that this is good business. They will now tell you are owing government 4.5 million naira. What are the options you have at that point? Practical options, only two. Option one is to physically fight because you can't find 4.5 million to pay. And that is a fight you cannot win. Because the person challenging you has the power of the state behind them. So what's the other option? The other option is to negotiate. Because the option of going to court, you know, is not available to you. It's not practical. Because that means you need a lawyer. You need to write processes. You can be in court for 10 years. You're a small business owner trying to survive on a day-to-day basis. You see, Oga, please help. Life is hard. Oga will give you one private account where you can pay 1.5 million. Official account, pay 200,000 and they give you a clearance. They will let you rest for about 6 months and change the team. So that extortion continues. And it's even very possible that your liability is less than 10,000 naira. But you don't know. So we said we cannot treat our most vulnerable like that. The strength of a nation is tested and determined by how you treat your most vulnerable. So the ombuds is now using the same power of state, even a bigger power, to now defend the vulnerable taxpayer. All that you need to do, you don't even need to speak English. You don't need to write a letter. You just need to get on a call and call a call center. If you like to send an email, send an email. Once this has been set up, you can speak your language. And that ombudsman comes to your defense. It will never happen again that government will give you an assessment and say, pay within 24 hours. After 24 hours, they come and lock down your offices. That will be in our past. Of course, the big businesses can defend themselves. But the law does not say you cannot use the ombudsman. If you want, you can still use them. But the reason for setting it up is for people who are not able to defend themselves. Then we have the next one is tax agents. Right. So what did we find out? The tax agents, who are the consultants, are very, very important to the tax system. When they do the right thing, they facilitate development. They facilitate doing the right thing. They facilitate compliance. Economy grows. Everybody succeeds. When they do the wrong thing, they are like viruses. Whatever wrong they do is replicated. You know, if a taxpayer does the wrong thing, it's their own account. If I'm a tax consultant and I have 200 clients, I replicate it into all of them. There are so many tax consultants who sell tax evasion for a living. Imagine going to a company that is your client. Their tax is 5 million. You say, nobody is paying 5 million. Just give me 2 million naira. You use 1 million to settle. Pay 1 million as tax. You move on and wait until the next client or the next returns. We can't continue like that. One thing that really very, very satisfying that we learned in the course of doing this work is that Nigerians love their country. All the ranting you see on social media is they may not like the government, but they love their country. What if I tell you that there's a Nigerian who reached out to me and said that the way the controversy about this reform is going, that he just wanted to understand. We spent about maybe 45 minutes. It's a high-profile Nigerian. He said, why are people fighting a reform like this? He said it must be because they don't understand that even him, before he walked into the office, he was angry already. He offered to do an interview in English and translate it to Yoruba, Igbo, Pidgin, and Hausa. He spent his money and he spent 15 million naira without asking for 1 naira. He spent his money. And I can also tell you that I got more than 2 requests from Nigerians who now live abroad. One of them works in an investment bank in the US, earning $250,000 per annum. That's close to 400 million naira. He said, if I just ask him to come, he will resign and come and join us. I said, you can't come and join us because there's no money. He said it's not about the money, that he does not feel at home, that he would rather come to Nigeria and make Nigeria work. So imagine somebody earning that kind of income, and they're willing to just come and work for their country. So, and this is not just isolated examples. Nigerians love their country, and we need to work together to make it work. So these tax consultants that are selling tax evasion, we cannot allow them to continue. There has to be accountability and consequences for doing the wrong thing. So under the new reforms, you will have to be accredited, number one, for technical competence, that you understand what you want to help people to do. Number two, ethical compliance, that you are honest and you're a person of integrity. That's not too hard. And then from that point forward, all the activities you carry out on your own tax affairs and on behalf of your taxpayer or clients will be tracked and linked to you. When anything goes wrong, either in terms of technical competence, you don't know what VAT rate is, or withholding tax, you come and explain. You disclose income of 10 million as 1 million under declaration, ethical issue, you come and explain. Once you cannot explain convincingly, you are de-accredited. You can no longer represent anyone to file returns. Of course, you can always file for yourself, but you are no longer a virus to the system. We are hoping that we get to a point, it's not in the reform yet, whereby the intelligence from that system will tell us the tax consultants that are competent technically and they are ethically compliant. Once you get to that point, imagine you are rated A, like band A, band B. Imagine you get to band A, and what band A means is any returns you file is not subject to an audit. If you have a refund, you are credited within 24 hours, no questions asked, because we trust you. But the system continues to monitor you. Right. Once you get to that level, one thing will happen. The taxpayers will be looking for band A tax consultants because it makes their life easy. Consultants will say, I cannot work for taxpayers that want to lie because it will diminish my rating. Because once I get to the highest level, I can relax and income will come, isn't it? You then create a system that is rewarding right behaviors. That is where we want to get to, and this is the beginning of the journey. So, and this will mean that I can be Taiwo and Co. and compete with the big four, because it won't matter what your brand is. It will matter how competent you are and how honest you are. So it's totally within your hand and your control to make that happen. Then the next one is withholding tax regime. This has already been implemented. So the withholding tax regime was implemented beginning of 2025, 1st of January, with very transformative reforms. For example, when you deduct withholding tax on anyone, you are the one to give the tax credit note. It's not to be chasing FRS or LRS or Ogun State Revenue Service for 6 months. You are the one that deducted. You are the agent of government. Give the credit note. Just write it. Another one is, if you are a small business, you don't need to deduct withholding tax. But if the person you are dealing with has no tax identification number, you will deduct 200% of the withholding tax that is supposed to be due. Because it means that person is an evader. They are not within the tax system. So that system is trying, and we've reduced the rates on so many activities. Some as low as 2%, some as 0%. So you can conserve your cash, do more businesses, and grow. But for the evaders to be punished for evading taxes. So the last one I'll tell you about is a special one. So it has its own slide. And it is the Economic Development Incentive Scheme. Don't worry, I know it's small, you may not be able to read it, but you get copies of the presentation. We'll share with everybody who registers. So, we are doing away with the pioneer status incentive that many of us know about, because that system is not very transparent and it's not well managed and is subject to a lot of abuse. So we are doing away with it completely. In place of that, we have developed economic development incentive scheme. Under this scheme, government is incentivizing anything and everything manufacturing. So the bias here is toward manufacturing. You probably just find one or two services. Everything else is manufacture, 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 including agriculture and food, including energy, including mining and quarrying, health, creative sector and communication technology, utility projects like power plant, for example, chemical and building materials. We want to build building materials in Nigeria, make them here. Then steel and metal, as well as industrial machinery, the environment, things to do with the environment, like even material recovery, waste disposal, treatment, recycling. Then we have textile production, would also be incentivized, and other manufacturing, including educational materials like paper, paper products. And then services, including business process outsourcing, shared services center, and also we have under sport, manufacturing of sportwares. So you see, we only have like 2 or 3 services. The rest of it is manufacturing. Under this incentive scheme, whatever amount you invest is validated, and you get 5% of the amount you invest as tax credit every year for 5 years. So which means if you invest 100 million on an asset, that asset gives you 25 million naira in your bank account. That's what it means. It's not an allowance. It's a tax credit. So that 25 million naira in your bank account is available for you to pay your taxes, which means the more you invest, the more the credits you get, the more likely you will not pay any tax. And that can continue for up to 10 years. So now this incentive scheme is very transparent. The conditions for eligibility are clearly stated with sunset provisions, minimum investments. And then the amount of what you are claiming is something you know because you calculate it. So you have transparency on your side. Government also has transparency on their side. So, having said all of this, let me close by discussing with you now what are the consequences of everything we have said. Remember that everything we've said now, since I've been here, is less than 5% of the reforms. So don't leave this room saying that you know everything about the reforms. So that gives you an idea of the work that we all have to do. We have to do this work together. So what should we do? This is more than just tax. You need to plan. Planning means you have to assess the possible impact on yourself, on your organization, if you're a consultant, on your clients, if you are in the public service, on government activities, if you're in the academia. What impact would it have on how you train the students? Because you are the one producing those that will come and implement these laws. We don't want them to learn the old laws. They graduate with first class and they can't function from day one. Right? Time to embed it into what they learn is now, not later. Then you need to think about how this will affect various stakeholders. You need to think cross-function. I'll give you an example. There was a time that when 2011 personal income tax was implemented, it changed what taxes people pay on their income, like what we are doing now. For the vast majority of your workers, their income will come down. They will not fight you when they release. If this law is implemented today, at the end of this month, their tax will come down. It's immediate impact, and none of them will protest. But if you have only 5 employees who are going to pay higher tax, you can be in trouble. In fact, there has been instances where those people go on protest and shut down the operation of the business. So you don't have to wait for that to happen. You need to think about how do you even communicate to them in advance. That's why you have your finance people. Let them know what government is planning to do and how it will impact them. Some organizations will take the view that if the law is implemented and your tax will come down, we'll let you keep your higher income because we can't even take it from you. But if the law is implemented and you are one of the top executives and your tax will increase, your net home will reduce, We can decide as a company to say, the month we implement this law, we top up your compensation so that your net home pay does not reduce. Those are conversations you must have with your HR, your finance people, technology people. We need to design the system, new ERPs, and even your legal department. You may have contract that will be impacted. Maybe you've agreed with somebody on a net of tax basis of paying their salary. You cannot come back and say government law has reduced their net that you signed with them. You need to discuss those. If your company has shareholders, there will be impact on shareholders. Do those simulations and discuss with them. If you plan for your CapEx, capital expenditure every year, this will have an impact. It will have an impact on your cash flow management and projections. Do not wait to find out these things when it has happened. Plan ahead. So plan for people, plan for process, plan for technology, and more importantly, execute diligently. As you're executing, you are monitoring it. Is this what we expected? What do we need to tweak? Some of it is feedback for yourself internally. Some of it is feedback to the government. We need to do that together. So, in a nutshell, as I close, what we are saying is that you can create your own luck with these reforms. Unfortunately, my observation in Nigeria is that Nigerians, even though I said they love their country, which is true, they also amplify what is not working about their country more than the things that are working. If you have a piece of good news now, it will not trend. You have one bad news, before you wake up, Twitter Republic is on fire. So what that means is that if you are not intentional, you'll be consuming negative news every single day. It has a way of affecting your behavior and the opportunities you see. So you have to deliberately look for what is working. We have one WhatsApp group that I belong to, some elites. And someone was saying that while people were complaining about Lagos-Calabar coastal road, he already positioned himself to say, if they are building coastal road, real property there will go up in value. The guy bought in advance. At the time he was posting on WhatsApp group, guess what? The value has gone up 10 times in 1 year. So somebody is there blaming government for constructing the road. Somebody is already cleaning out. There are people already doing research. Coastal road, what businesses can thrive. You know, when they launched GSM in Nigeria, there was nobody that government called and gave the secrets. Some people thought, maybe people will need mobile phone. They started importing it. Before they knew it, they started repairing it. Before you knew it, they started producing it locally. Opportunities. Wait for no one. You create your luck, and it is that point where preparation meets opportunities. Opportunities are in this reform. You need to prepare to create the opportunity. First and foremost, seek first to understand. Don't run with the headlines. One thing I've learned in a very hard way is not to trust headline news in Nigeria anymore. And it's likely true for almost any country in the world. The kind of headlines they have written about our work is totally unbelievable. Do you know that after the controversy we had with the governors, and we managed to get them into a room for a retreat, and they told us what they wanted, and we agreed with them, I decided I would not speak to the press because I didn't want to create anything that will create the wrong impression that we are fighting the government. We can't fight them. They are our principals. So I did not speak to the press. But there was a conference I had agreed before we even met with the governors where I was speaking. It was on the platform. So I couldn't decline. So I went there and I spoke. And then the issue came up. I said, yeah, we agree with the governors based on what they requested that we should do. We have no objection. Do you know that a journalist went and wrote a headline that says, Presidential Committee Chairman, with my picture, disagrees with governors? So, a former governor sent it to me, so not even the present governor, who has been helping us to manage the crisis. He said, Taiwo, why would you say this? I opened it, I said, would I have said something that I cannot remember? I opened and I read. The content was the exact opposite of the headline. The guy actually quoted me rightly that we agree, but the headline was that we disagreed. So I responded to this former governor. I said, Your Excellency, please read the content. When he finished reading the content, you need to see the prayer he sent to me. He felt the pain that we're not showing. Because it's hard when you're trying to do the little you can for your country, but there are people who are bent at just making sure life is miserable. So he prayed for me, and I appreciated him for the prayers. You know, one of the other things I said at that event. So don't be surprised if anything is sensationalized from today. You'll be wondering, is this the same thing that you attended? In that event, I said, Nigerians should not say, may Nigeria not happen to them in a bad way. Because what it means is, you've taken your motherland and give it a devilish connotation. Like Nigeria itself is evil. My country cannot be evil. I may not like what's happening in my country, but that's not my country itself. So I said, we should change that from, may Nigeria not happen to you, to may Nigeria work for me. Being positive. You know, one of the bloggers, he did a headline, said, Presidential Committee Chairman warns Nigerians against saying, may Nigeria not happen to me. Come and see courses there. So my wife, because I don't even have time for those bloggers to be reading. My wife read, and my wife was pained. So she called me and said, come and see the way they are cursing our family. So my wife said, they don't even know what we are going through. Because my wife now does night vigil every day praying that nothing will happen to the husband. So I told my wife, I said, don't worry. See, if their word was so powerful, they will be rich people. They'll just say, God bless me. I said, if their prayer is not working like that, their cause cannot work. We are above the causes. So let's understand for ourselves, not just work with headlines. Then mind the gap. So once you understand what the reforms are about, you now ask yourself, this is where I am. This is where the reforms are. How do I bridge the gaps? The gap may be training, it may be resources and tools, it may be capacity development, it may be new technology, whatever it is. Think about whatever it is. In fact, if you are dealing with small businesses and you no longer need to the door withholding tax on them, write to them. If you are dealing with small businesses that must give you 10, otherwise they suffer 200%, don't just wait at the door 200%. You know they will appreciate you if you educate them. You can even call them for a lunch event. Thank them for working for your company and patronizing you or whatever it is. Give them snacks and tell them that there's a new law. You don't need to speak English there. Speak the language they understand. Guide them also. You can call FRS to come for that meeting so they can register them there. You know the added advantage? If they register their company with CAC now and they get tax identification number, all taxes become 0%. Why should they not want to do it? This reform is incentivizing formalization. When you refuse to formalize, the danger is still there. The presumptive tax under the tax reform bill is not for informal sector, it's for anyone and everyone. If your income is not well known, or you are not honest with your declaration, or there's no documentation, government can do presumptive tax. It doesn't matter who you are. And they'll collect it. And the last one is to position yourself. Understand the reforms, mind the gaps, position yourself. If I'm a consultant, I position myself to find clients. How do you find a client? Give them value proposition. I have something I know about this bill I can tell you as my client that will save you 1 million. My consulting fee is 100,000. Why wouldn't you pay, right? You position yourself. If I'm in the academia, this is the time to start looking for what we do with the curriculum. If you want to run executive courses in this room now, we have more private sector than public sector and academia in this room. They need help. If you demonstrate capacity, they will come, and it will not be free. So the system will rub up on itself, and everybody wins. You have to position yourself. So, Nigeria that we have today is our country, and we love it. But we know we are not where we need to be. We will not solve the problem by complaining alone. We will solve it by doing something. Like Abraham Lincoln said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. I urge you, I appeal that you please join us in this journey of creating the Nigeria of our dream, and it shall be possible in our lifetime. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. He likes to just be called Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, but it will interest you to know that he is a professor of practice in fiscal policy and taxation in many climes, including Nigeria, but he just prefers to be called Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. But did we find that presentation very enlightening? Please put your hands together for Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. We can do better with our applause. Professor Taiwo Oyedele, thank you very much for that enlightening presentation, sir. I mean, at this point, I can say that we've really done justice to what we came here for, but we still have a panel, and we have a set of, incredible people from the academia who are also present here, and we have to give them their time to speak as well. But we're not going to be taking so much time because we've already done justice to the conversation that we came here for. So we will be having a very brief panel session, and then we'll open the floor to the audience to ask questions. So we'd like you to please indulge us. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for yourselves, please. So without taking any more of our time, I'd like to make welcome our panelists for this session, and this is in no particular order. Please make welcome the Director General of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Chinyere Almona. Please make her feel welcome as she comes up stage. Thank you. Also, please make welcome Professor Kabiru Isa Dandago. Is a professor of accounting at Bayero University, Kano. Please sustain the applause as they come up. Thank you very much. I did say at the start that that's the one thing that we're not being taxed for, so please just keep the applause coming. Let's make welcome the president of the Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, NASME, Abdul Rashid Yerima. Mr. Abdul Rashid Yerima, please. Also join me in bringing up on stage the Director of Internal Tax at Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, Shetima Tamadi. Mr. Shetima Tamadi, please. Let's make welcome Mr. Olufemi Olaride, Head of Fiscal and Tax Reforms Implementation at the Federal Inland Revenue Service. Please make him feel welcome as he comes up. Sustain the applause, please. Thank you. Also, let's make welcome Professor Rufus Ishola Akintoye. Is a professor of accounting and strategic financial management, and also the head of the Babcock Business School. Please make the applause louder. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Can we please make welcome Professor Teju Shomori, Associate Professor of Taxation at Babcock University, please. Keep clapping, please, as she comes up. Keep clapping. And last but certainly not the least, please make welcome Professor John Uzoma Iyedinihu, the Professor of Accounting and Taxation at the Michael Okpara University. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. I think the panel is complete. All right, but we still have, we're still expecting Teju Shomorin to make. All right. So do we go ahead or wait for her to be here? Okay, we can, we can go ahead. All right. I'm going to start by asking very very briefly, because we're just taking one question for everybody, then we're throwing it to the audience. So I'm going to start by asking Dr. Chinyere Almona. I mean, given the emphasis that we have on structural reforms to reduce inflation and stabilize the naira, in your opinion, how do you think that the tax policy should be coordinated with monetary and fiscal policies? For example, how can the government align its new revenue measures with efforts to control inflation and maintain the exchange rate stability?
Thank you very much. And I say well done to Babcock University for joining hands with the committee to organize this event today. It's very timely and it's very important. And I'm hoping that it's not going to be one of those things that we complete here and then we forget that we are ever in the room. So I really say thank you for having me. And as to the question, I think it's from what the chairman, Taiwo, has presented, it is clear what the private sector needs to do and how we can support the process. Implementation cannot happen by government alone. Implementation can only happen in collaboration with the private sector, whether informal or informal, but there has to be a collaboration for this to happen. Government on its part, the reform, first, let's hope that it's passed into law as quickly as possible, because the longer we wait to pass it into law, the more things are getting bad. So let's pass it into law quickly. But then, when we think about increasing, Taiwo presented that our tax to GDP ratio is so low compared to other climes. When we think about increasing it, and the government is thinking 18% before the end of the tenure, the question is, what will you then do with it? Because for the private sector, we have to find a way to enhance productivity. If we don't invest or incentivize productivity, we can borrow money, spend it, and nothing will change. One of the borrowing we had from this World Bank, I think a portion of it was supposed to be for cash transfers. Cash transfers. At the end of the day, we wouldn't know where the cash was transferred to, who it was transferred to, what data they were using. But if government can plow that money into building the right infrastructure for the business people, then they can produce more, they can employ more people, even the cost of production will be less if we invest in having the right infrastructure. So government needs to think, how can we partner? And the private sector, we're willing to partner with government to ensure we have the right infrastructure. After all, we've been building our own infrastructure for years. We've been producing our own power, water. Some of us are building roads to our factories. So we're willing to partner with government, and government must see that we are open to such collaboration to make it happen. Because at the end of the day, if we're not productive, then even if we do cash transfers, how many people are going to get it and for how long? That's not sustainable. It's only for a short term, but it won't work. So productivity is important. And we also then need to think how, as we build this infrastructure and government is working, the private sector is working, how can we then ensure that we translate this into the well-being of Nigerians? Because if we, from some of the discussion that Taiwo had, so one, the reform is people-centric. So we have to understand that our role, if we get an incentive or if we get a reduction in tax or there's a rebate, we should be able to pass it on to the consumers. So we can't say as manufacturers or private sector operators that we get this incentive and then we're not passing, the prices are not coming down. So there has to be an alignment with what we are doing and how we are doing it to better the world of Nigerians. Today we are saying, oh, inflation is coming down, oh, it's going up, but the common man is still struggling. Cost of business is still rising. The cost of purchases, those ones are still rising. So household issues still remain. Therefore, I believe that with government and private sector working together, these things can be resolved. The other thing I must say is, apart from the tax reforms, and these tax reforms, there's also the element of fiscal reforms. We need to get to the point where regulation or government policies are consistent, and we can rely on what government says. Because if there's uncertainty with government policies, then business people can plan. One of the things that Taiwo ended with is that we need to plan. But if we are not sure of what we are planning, we're not sure of the climate, the regulatory climate, then it's very difficult for us to align ourselves, our employees, our productive facilities to take advantage of this government policy. So there has to be some level of certainty with regulation, and that will help the private sector.
Right. Round of applause for Dr. Chinyere, please. So my next question will be for Professor John. I was looking through your material earlier, and I did see that you were able to highlight the need for fiscal reform strategies actually driven by technology. Very quickly, you had mentioned tax compliance in South Africa, India, and some of the specific tools that they made use of. So in your opinion, what do you think led them to that success? You also did mention how Rwanda achieved, institutional autonomy. What are some of the lessons that Nigeria can learn from these countries, and how can we emulate them?
Yeah, that's good. There is no success in the implementation process except if the institution is strong and autonomous. The Nigerian tax system is bedeviled with a number of complexities and overlaps in the administration. And we also saw that in those countries, they have been able to stem down the level of corruption and the interference of politicians in the administration of taxes. If you ask, for instance, the tax authority to continue to administer, and yet government intervenes in the affairs, you would expect that they will not get the best. I want to make a reference to the Nigerian Revenue Amendment Bill that has a provision for enhancing autonomy by allowing the new Nigerian Revenue Service to retain a proportion of their tax revenue to enable them operate with it for operational efficiency. And yet, that regulation requires approval of the House for them to be able to effectively use it. And I feel that, look, we will not achieve what South Africa and Rwanda achieved if we also subject the utilization of that proportion to the National House, because we will not be exposing them to political influence. Besides, I want the chairman to also look at the provision did not specify what proportion of the rate of tax that of the proportion of the revenue they have generated that should be utilized in administering the agency. I would think that it should be specific, so it will not be subject to annual changes depending on what the authorities or the House, National Assembly, thinks about it. If the regulation now puts in place a board for the Nigerian tax revenue services that will administer it to ensure accountability, that'd be very okay. Sorry, that'd be very okay and better than allowing the revenue authorities to be subject to the influences of the National Assembly. That's my feeling. They were able to achieve the success in a nutshell because they were free from interferences from the political class.
All right, a round of applause for Professor John, please. My next question will be for Professor Isa Kabiru Dandago. You are very keen on collaboration among the public sector, the private sector, academia. You believe that this will lead to more success for the fiscal policy and tax reforms. But you also noted in some of the material that I'd read that the academia was largely absent in the development of these reforms. So why is that, and what do you think that we can do to correct this?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Professor Mike Ekwe representing Professor Dandago. Yes, in building the nation, like earlier enunciated, you can't really focus on the government alone. It is a collaborative effort. And I think this is a starting point. The academia is really needed immensely to advance the programs and policies of government. For instance, the beautiful reform that the chairman has just highlighted in a nutshell will require the academia to advance it. It will require the academia to conduct research on the impact of each of these government policies. And then this research will be needed for appraisals and evaluation. Like he said earlier, you need to monitor the policies and determine how it has impacted on the people. I honestly love the reform because, like he said, it is people sensitive. You know, it's centered on the people. And the idea is not just to increase revenue for government, but also to change, inculcate the change, attitude of change in the Nigerian people. So the academia will be required to conduct research. Don't forget also, we teach the students. The students, we are going to implement these reforms in the near future. We also need to teach them how this is run. So they have to jettison the old laws and then embrace the new law and advance these reforms in the Nigerian economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mike Ekwe. Please put your hands together for Professor Mike Ekwe. You are welcome, Professor Teju Shomorin. So my question will be for you now. You are focused on capacity development for effective reform implementation, and this is for the private, the public sector, and academia. But what barriers do you think that we currently have, you know, and how can we work together, especially now that people are working in silos? What are some of these barriers, and how can we work collaboratively?
Thank you very much for the question. So the question is about barriers. Is it clear? Yes. About barriers, yes, and how we can work together for the three sectors. The first sector being the private sector, the academia, as well as the public sector. In my view, you cannot take one out of the other. The three of them, they should work together as a team. For example, the issue of knowledge sharing. All the three sectors, they need to have knowledge. All of us that were in this room today, we are all stakeholders. What the chairman has said about the reforms, where we are before, why the reform, where we are now, and where we are still going, it affects everybody in this room, whether you're academia, the private sector, or the public sector. Now, with respect to the academia, the challenge that I think the academia they're likely to have is funding. The universities and the research institutes, they will need a lot of funds to be able to equip, you know, where they need infrastructure for the universities, and they need a lot of knowledge sharing. Because it is the students that are turned out from the universities, whether in the Department of Accounting, Department of Law, Department of Economics, whichever department, all the students that are to become lecturers in future, they need knowledge about all the changes that are being introduced into the tax laws. Not only the knowledge about VAT, the knowledge about companies' income tax, about personal income tax, all the changes, then also the fiscal reforms and the economic incentives. All those new things that have been built into the new reform, they need to have the knowledge of all these funds. So the universities need to be adequately equipped. Likewise, the private sector is usually profit-oriented. They need to learn the new ways of doing things. They need to be able to calculate the personal income tax of their staff and all the other incentives. So all the three of them, they need to work together to be able to overcome the challenges for lack of knowledge and also lack of funding and inadequate infrastructure in the universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Teju Shomorin. You can clap if you want. Thank you. Right, my next question will be for the members of the FIRS. So I'll start with you, Mr. Shetima Tamad. Okay, so I'll start with you, Mr. Femi Olarinde. So are there any current incentive schemes that FIRS believes that should be reevaluated or phased out due to perhaps a low return on investment or revenue loss that would actually help us?
Okay, thank you very much. You know, first thing we need to look about what incentives are. What are they supposed to do? And why should we keep an incentive? Incentive is actually supposed to be something to motivate business in order to be productive. And so an incentive, we've seen over time, that incentives are people who get incentives, is either you're influential or it's for some sectors. And so incentive should not be something that should disincentivize Nigeria as a whole. So if you get an incentive, it should be something that at the end of the day, when there's an impact, we should know that Nigeria has even gained more than when that incentive was gotten. So how should incentive be? We believe that incentive should actually be targeted. It should be target-driven. That means you should target a sector to incentivize. Government want more in that sector. So give us incentive. And by that way, government is investing in business with incentive. And in the long run, that business becomes big and government gets what? Better taxes. That's how incentive should run. Incentive should also be evaluated from time to time. So that it should be time bound. There should be a sunset clause. When you're giving incentive, the chairman spoke about the priority sector. It is time bound. People get into it, and after a while, also, when we have them in the law, it should not be cast in stone. It should be at a point, this is what is working for us, and we evaluate them and get out. We see a lot of incentive in the law. And over time, even when what we call the pioneer status today, even when that sector is no longer pioneering, they are getting incentives and people keep on changing their model of business and call it pioneer. An incentive should be performance-based. It should be something I can measure how much jobs this has created. It should be something I should measure technology impact. Have you brought in technology? Technology transfer. We should infrastructure that's been invested. And so when government is using revenue in terms of incentive, it's gaining some other thing. So we should be looking at that. Our incentive should be structured in a way that when we know that in the long run, it brings government more benefit. And one problem we had with incentives was we do not quantify them in terms of expenditure. Incentive should be budgeted for. So government know how much it's losing from incentive, and this is something we've not gotten over time. So for me to be closing, so there's a need to quantify incentives. And for us at the FIRS, we've always asked for that. So there should be a periodic review, evaluation. There should be an impact assessment. What has this incentive that was given? What has it brought? So there should be tax expenditure framework. There should be a tax expenditure. And also, what even incentivizes more should be when we have a simplified system. We have a simplified system that every business can always relate to. It incentivizes even businesses more than. So I think I'll stop here for us from the service. We are not averse to incentive. However, when government gives incentive, government knows that immediately after this incentive, then that sector becomes bigger. But you see people changing name, you start with a name. When that finishes, you close that line of business. You open another line, you call it another name. So that should not be what it is. So it's more or less like an innovation scheme than incentive. So incentive is good, and it should stimulate the economy. For us, incentive, good practice of incentive is the one that is more productive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olarinde. Please put your hands together for Mr. Olarinde. So I'm coming to you now, Professor Akintoye. You had mentioned the use of DSG models in analyzing fiscal policy, and that makes me ask if you could explain how these models can actually, be used to predict the impact of proposed fiscal reforms in Nigeria, and really how reliable are these predictions, if at all? And then I'll ask you another question, which I think is really important. Now, you've also talked about the importance of data infrastructure as very effective in policy making. Now, what steps can we actually take as in Nigeria to improve data collection?
Thank you very much. I will start from where the chairman started today. When Professor Taiwo came up, he identified data error. Somebody gave a particular figure, and I was very excited when he said that figure was wrong. We thrive in an environment of information asymmetry. You don't have correct data for anything. You go to CBN, you have a particular figure. You go to Office of Statistics, you have another figure. You go to everywhere, another figure. Where can you get correct figure? It's from evidence-based research that informed by data, correct data. And that's possible and feasible in the academia. I'm happy to refer to what is happening today. As at the business school, we run what we call the 30-70 model. Our engagement at the business school is just 30% academic, 70% practical. That's why you have Professor Taiwo as one of our professors at the business school. He's not only a professor at Backup Business School, about 3 universities in Nigeria and also outside Nigeria of fiscal policy and tax. But he said he wants to be referred to as Taiwo, no problem. So, but now, if you're talking of evidence-based research, because no matter the model you want to adopt, now, what are the benefits? Let me say first, what are the benefits of evidence-based research and policy making? One, you improve policy outcome. What are you saying? One of the problems I have with international financial reporting standard is evidence-based standard. And those of us in this room, I'm happy we have a lot of accountants, chartered accountants here. You have a number of IFRS which have been adopted and currently being repealed for new ones. Evidence-based research is supposed to be conclusive in at a bus stop. When you have fundamentals or we have changes, then you can come up with more through epistemology, empirical evidence, but not abandoning the platform. So the platform for setting up policy must start from data, correct data collection, and evidence-based research. Number two, it will improve accountability. And also it will encourage and enhance public trust and accountability. Now, he was just talking. I did something. I did a quick review of the reform. Now, if you're earning 2.5 million in the old PAY regime, you pay 413,000 as of tax. Under the new policy, you pay 255,000. If your income is, your pay as you earn is 2.5 million. If you earn 760,000 as an employee, under the old regime, you pay 78,000. Under the new regime, you pay zero, no tax at all. That is coming from evidence-based research, not just stories. And I was very excited when he was talking this morning. We were talking with figures, fact and figures. And Vice Chancellor, sir, I want to thank you very much, sir, for answering this call. I went to an environment where we were professors, and the first thing they did was to accuse all the reforms They want to kill us. They have not read the paper. They've not done anything. And Professor concluded this morning. He mentioned 3 things. Seek to understand. In academy, you seek to understand. Number 2, you identify the gap. That we have all this reform does not mean we are not going to have enough. What do we do as academia? We look at this gap. We position ourselves to conduct research, evidence-based research, and at the end of the day, we come up with recommendations that can improve the policies. Summarily, 1, we invest in data infrastructure to ensure that the result of our engagements. I'm sorry to refer to this again. If you come to backup business school, any data, some of our doctoral students are here. Any data you bring, you are not talking to me as a professor. You are going to town, you are going to the industry for 3 months to collect data, raw data, and bring it back. So those data are from the source and reliable than the one you put in the archives of all those places. And also, continuous engagement, capacity building, and also stakeholders engagement. Because when you encode and your audience cannot decode, you have communication breakdown. No matter the grammar you speak, I was very excited. I was looking at everybody when Professor Taiwo was presenting. Some people were saying, yes, they are now understanding for the 4th time the essence of this bill. And this is import, this is the essence of engagement and enlightenment. So after now, the academia, we are picking it up from here. As we work like this, as the committee, also at the academia, we continue our engagement in research, collaborations, workshops, seminars, conferences, to letting people understand what we are going through. Somebody mentioned slightly, I think Prof said, somebody said, in the putting together of the document, the academia were not considered. That is not correct. I was there for 4 months on behalf of the academia. I was there on that platform for 4 months to contribute our quota to this discourse. And I know a few of us too. I can see many of the people here who also contributed. So, moving forward, the academia, just like Professor Teju said, and the private sector of us must work together because this is our country. We don't have any other country. If you leave this country to anything that is happening, nothing will happen. And at the end of the day, if we don't rework our environment, we destroy the environment, unfortunately, when we get old, we'll come back home. Probably to come out, you'll be buried here, or you come out, because if you are there, you don't have anything. It's better we rework our economy, make this place better, and as for the academia, we are ready to research and collect data and bring up evidence-based recommendations that you can rely on as we move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Akintoye. And speaking of revamping our economy, let me come to you now, Mr. Abdul Rashid Yerima, the president of NASME. So in your own view, how do you think that the government should allocate the additional tax revenue generated from these reforms to maximize the impact on poverty reduction and social services itself?
Good afternoon. The gains that government is going to make, there are a lot of social programs already now. Currently, we all know that people suffering from HIV, they were getting certain support from the US. Now we're very lucky with this reform, the current, the revenue to the nation will increase. This is another area they can support them, and they can also support in terms of infrastructure that are most needed to help in the area of energy, in the area of roads and other infrastructure that are needed by citizens. And they also support, they can use it to support government in the area of agriculture, which are also very, very crucial because food is very expensive now. So I believe that with the money coming in at the end of the day through this reform, these are the things that government can do to help the economy and help the people.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Rashid Yerima. Please put your hands together for him. And I'd like you to, I did say that at the start that we're just going to ask one question each in the interest of time, and then we'll throw it to the audience to ask your question. So this is why I bring it to the audience. So if you have any questions, please put your hands up, and then there's so many hands, so I need to know how many questions we can take. Okay, all right. Sir, how many questions can we take? All right. So I'm just going to start with the nearest. Is there any? All right. There's a.
Okay. Thank you very much. Babcock, I want to thank you for this. I thank you. Yolo, I'm a lawyer. In your you mentioned that a lot of them were not with you. I know why. Most of the problems we face in reality with taxation in Lagos, for example, is with the states, not federal. And I know that taxation is not just a federal thing. A lot of it has to do with the states and the local government. How do solve problems? Particularly is the local government people that go around selling and business. Around or land charges and all sort of things. They behave Lagos. So how do we address it? I know you are, personally, I know you are a good man. So when you are talking about relating with government, are you talking about Rwandan government or government people, all this government staff that we see in Nigeria and Lagos in particular? Thank you.
Hello. My own is not a question. I just want to add more to what the Director General of LCCI just said. The question is that can tax policy control inflation? Capital, no. Because tax policy is a subset of fiscal policy. Expenditure is there. Before you can control inflation, the fiscal policy and monetary policies must be in agreement. The CBN must control the money supply. So we have to say this very clearly, because when the implementation starts, people will not be thinking that a bag of rice that is 100,000 now will become 8,000 naira. No. So there must be an agreement between the tax policy, fiscal policies and monetary policies before the inflation can be controlled. Thank you.
Okay, just a quick one, please. When you want to ask your question, please, I would like you to please introduce yourself and then ask your question. Thank you.
My name is Abimbola Oluokun. I'm the principal partner of Abimbola Oluokun & Co. and member of LCCI. Thank you.
All right, there's someone here.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mukaila Abimbola Quadri. I'm the principal partner of Macri Consulting. Permit me to appreciate what indeed Taiwo and his team are doing, and also appreciate all the professors and academia seated. Likewise, appreciating all of us and my little self. So, this issue of reform is one that all of us actually need to continue to see how we can support it at its best. I want to go back quickly to an idea of not running by the heading of a publication. And that will take me back quickly to what I witnessed in 1993 during the Hope 93 saga. We were at work on Broad Street, and then we got a news I think PM News or something that time. There's a paper. And the headline then was that third mainland bridge caught. So the only thing that came to our mind was, how do we get back home? We came from the mainland. And now third mainland bridge has been destroyed. But when you get the paper and we start reading, they started telling us about how granite was tipped on the third mainland bridge, and after some hour, they now carry it away, and all those stories. And since then, I learned that you don't just have to rely on the heading. Try and see what the concept is. That is number one. Number two is the fact that we are in a situation or a country where a lot, more than half of the population, don't learn to confirm the genuinity of the information they are circulating. Thank God that we that are here today, we have the privilege of confirming the authenticity of any information relating to this particular reform before we promote it. And also to learn to promote such information. Because just like we said, bad news spread widely and the other one don't spread. But we should learn or agree here to spread such news so that people will know the benefit of the reform we are actually envisaging. That's just it. Now going to my question. A very brief one. A very brief one. The question is, today we are talking about preparedness. And my worry is, how prepared is the reform for the taxation of digital transactions? Thank you.
All right. Who is this question posed to, sir? Because it's for the panelists. Is it to... All right. I'd like you to please note that the panelists are also, that they're actually here and they're waiting for your questions. So let's not just channel all our questions to the chairman, please. Who else do we have? Let's take a hand at the back, please. Let me take a hand at the back. There's a man. There is a. Oh, where's the woman? Okay. I didn't see. I'm so sorry.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chief Adenike Olumide Emmanuel, and I'm the MD of Adenike Kesala Foods and Products Limited. Many thanks to the panelists, but my questions are for the Mr. Chairman. Number one, thank you for your presentation. It wasn't boring. It was a good one. I want to know what you want to do about awareness. When one of the profs was speaking earlier, they made mention about how somebody on the island, Okeari in Lagos, is making millions. But those people, they're not on Arise TV. They don't watch Arise TV. How will you bring this down to them? That's number one. Two, this gentleman mentioned the local government people, but I didn't hear clearly because his mic wasn't working well. These local government people, they are a case. How will this information be passed across to the staff there? I tell people around me that the fear of FIRS is the beginning of wisdom. People who are working there too at the federal level, this digitization, how will it be passed across to them in that place? Mr. Chairman, how easy will it be to receive the government software and hardware that you spoke to us about? Because in Nigeria, once something comes out, it's as if it's shared at the top level, doesn't come lower. Then discussing tax planning strategy that you also spoke about. If we as business owners, and I'm speaking from the small business angle, if we say we want to handle our auditing and our accounting by ourselves, and we want to meet with these tax people, will the tax people have enough hands to attend to us, knowing that the small businesses are the backbone of every nation? We are many. So will they be able to attend to all of us? And then Promax, what's the advantage of us continuing to fill Promax, to go on Promax after now? Yes, tax Promax after now. Since if we don't make up to a particular amount, it's 0%. And then finally, since you are a part of the implementation section, you told us that Mr. President said that you must be a part of the implementation plan. Will you also have a say in how the money is spent? Because that is where the issue is. You don't have to force us, to convince us to pay tax. If we see what our money is doing, we will step out and do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Please, can we also just extend to the back, please? There are people. We just have less than 15 minutes more to take more questions, please. So we just want at least some people at the back to be able to ask questions. All right, we have one person there.
Okay, still standing on the existing protocol. My name is Kende Adenigba. I work with SRO partners. My question actually is about the fiscal policy. Of course, I understand that the fiscal policy centers around government spending, debt management, and tax reforms. My question is, do we have any paper or any policy guiding government spending, debt management, and how do we hold government accountable as regards, spending, government spending, and government revenue? That's my question.
Thank you very much, sir. Who is your question for? The chairman. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone here seated. It's really a privilege to be around here speaking for 4 million people. My name is Joyonye Buchinweke. I'm the National Publicity Secretary for Association of Nigerian Businesswomen Network. The lady actually took the word out of my mouth, but I want to thank Mr. Chairman for taking me, that I'm not, I'm not an accountant, but for bringing it home, and I want to call it, it's like an advocating for a news story for a shared humanity, because he has actually brought it home, made it look like a story, a lullaby. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for that. I represent 4 million entrepreneurs in Lagos State, this is the whole of Nigeria, and I want us to look at it from bottoms up. I think the lady actually mentioned, how do we take it back home? And I would like to plead for us to understand that taking it back to this woman, to that woman on the road, to that woman that has a little bit of shed that where she's managing her family, would make Nigeria grow, because this whole thing is being able to bring it, the tax will make investment to show, and the investment will show when that woman is visibly out there doing what she knows how to do best and is recognized. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Is there someone at the back? Just a, there's a hand at the back.
Thank you so much for everything and for the bill. So my question goes to a representative from tax administrator or Mr. Professor Taiwo. So now we are talking about tax reform, which is very good. What else are we doing to reform the mindset of the people that will be of tax administrators themselves, the tax officers and the rest? Because you want to see the difficulty we are going through the tax audit. In fact, I tend to conclude that the most compliant taxpayer is the one that faces most problems when it comes to tax audit. Because you see that most of them, they have their own mindsets and they have the goals they are pursuing. No, don't let me say most of them, some of them, which is different from the law. And they tend to frustrate you just to bend you to do what they want to do because they want to profit from you. But if you are refusing to do that, then they make the thing difficult for you. I remember one of the engagements that I first seek on was the most compliant engagement. So that is number one. Number two is the issue of state tax administrator. I have an issue whereby I tend to pay taxes, most especially pay it twice now, because when you pay to this state, another state will come and say, because of one reason, your employee spent 120 days in this society environment, you need to pay. We then to pay twice. So what is what is Mr. Taiwo and his committee is doing to ensure that we don't have this difficulty anymore?
Thank you. We have that one.
Thank you. May I just align with the already established protocol? My name is Dr. Ajago Olusegun Peter, a coordinator of the taxation unit in the Lagos State University. also an alumnus of this great university, Babcock University. I would like to direct my question to Professor Akintoye. But however, in recognition of my professor here, Professor M.A. Abata, and my dear supervisor, Professor Adigbe. One of the class lecture with Professor Akintoye, I could remember vividly when he encourages us and he planted something in us that it is better we nurture a tree to bear forth a very good fruit. And after then we can tax from the fruit. However, if we try to strangulate that same tree, it might not bear forth a very good fruit. It might even end up dying. Coming back to why we are here, I want to appreciate the organizer once again. You say bringing out some categories out of the tax net is as good as we are reducing what we are actually working for. When it comes to the personal, payee, cutting off some categories somehow might likely reduce the number of, variables we are trying to bring into the tax net. I think my question is, can we possibly look away from just the income taxes or some other taxes and focus more on gas emission and other environmental degradations? I think that is another one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me apologize in advance to those people who will not be able to take their questions because there are so many hands up. But we'll take 4 more questions. Please, there's a hand at the back. I'll come to you, sir. There's a hand at the back. Please, let's have that question.
Good. My name is Mudathir Adifarati. I work for one of the schools here in Lagos, Children's International School to be precise. I know that one of the sectors that is very, very disadvantaged, where you don't see government footprint so much, is the recreational sector. And I'm aware that the APEN actually submitted some write-ups for the committee. But are we seeing, because of the investment that we have to make, because we are not a manufacturing company, what is the committee going to do to ensure that education, is not being taxed, like the oil sector and all others? Can we have a reduced, we don't say we don't want to pay tax, can we have a reduced rate of paying tax, particularly for education? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I said 4 more, so we have 3 more to go. There's one person here. We'll take one now.
Yeah, thank you. Well, maybe my question goes to Taiwo or maybe other members of the panelists. So I have about 3 questions in total. So number 1 is this. We talked about Rwanda in terms of the achievement in the area of taxes. And part of the thing on this tax reform has to do with fiscalization. So my question is this. Considering the size of our economy, considering how complex Nigeria is, and considering our level of exposure, maybe people in the rural area and there may be people from the other region who carry out activities and they don't really have bank accounts and what have you. How do we intend to drive this fiscalization? The number next that is similar to that, what effort are we putting in place to ensure that we have a robust collaboration among the various institutions? Because you will agree with me when you look at, example, say, NIMASA, they are in charge of operators within the water bodies. But it might interest you to know that the Federal Inland Revenue Service might not really have full information as to the operators in terms of the shipping companies operating on the water bodies. So how do we intend to ensure this collaboration? Now, another one has to do with VAT attribution. Now, when you look at the reform, VAT attribution has to do with location. So my question is this: when we drive VAT attribution from the perspective of location, how are we considering, how do we intend to ensure that those who are remitting are not remitting just based on people who have purchased from them, but they are remitting, or we are tracking things relating to consumption, because I could actually be based in Kano. I've sold items to residents of Kano, but some of them actually took these items maybe to Castina. Now, when I remit from Kano, I remit using attribution, using location, but some of those items were not consumed in Kano. Finally, Mr. Taiwo talked about the accreditation of tax consultant. So my question is this: when we have category A, B, C, or D, as the case may be, for category A consultant, will their clients still be subject to tax audit and investigation? Considering that these guys have passed all the relevant tests in terms of ethical requirements, technical competence, and what have you. Finally, yes, we talked about harmonizing taxes. Yes, we talked about harmonization of taxes. And some of the discussion going on in the environment is this: we are saying we have harmonized the taxes to a single digit. Now, what happens to other relevant revenues, maybe collected by other levels of government, say local government, say state government, business premises, and what have you? How do we also address those aspects? Thank you.
Thank you. I did say two more. There was four more. We've taken two. So that person, and then there's somebody here, and that's it. We will take your questions. There's going to be a feedback form sent to everyone here, so you can send your questions, and then you will get your answers. And also, there's also opportunity to network after the event. You can still ask your questions. So I'll take that one, and then we'll take that one here. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Giwa Rashid. I am a self-employed individual. My question is going to stem from the address of Pan-Atlantic University. I think that address has touched on the endemic problems of Nigeria's taxation. So there are so many issues they have raised, and I commend them for that. It appears they are practical. However, I will only pick just these few ones. The man that made that presentation talk about Okeari Market. Please, it's not only Okeari Market. Okeari Market can have an advantage because of the proximity to the port and other things. There are other markets that has the same potentials like that Okeari Market that you mentioned. Ogbete, you know where it is? Inland, International, in Anambra, Baga, Monday Market in particular, Maiduguri, Banki in Maiduguri, Singa Market, Kanu, Kantikwari, also in Kanu, Belo Road in Kanu, International Market, Kasina.
All right, sir, please just ask your question. Thank you.
Now, my question is, what is the committee doing about all these markets?
All right.
Have you visited them? Then the banks, finally, the banks. What have you done about the banks collecting agents, both in Naira and in foreign currencies? If they can permit what is in their hands, including CBN, you will see what you will get.
All right, thank you so much. Just one more, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bimbola Tiamiyu. I'm a student from Babcock. My question is to Mr. Shetima Tamadi. And the question is, when you were talking, you said if a deducting agency or a deducting organization and someone has a turnover of X amount, I mean, when the chairman was talking, has a turnover of X amount, I don't have to deduct. How do I know that this person should not have withholding tax deducted? And how will I escape my state IRS when they come to say, based on the new tax law, I wasn't supposed to deduct, that's why I did not deduct. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that's as much as we can take from the hall right now because we are pressed for time. And in the interest of time, we have some people who are joining us online and would like to just take those questions. We have about 3 questions. I'll take those and then allow our panelists and our chairman answer your questions. Thank you all. All right. So I'm going to invite the chairman to please come up so that at least you can answer the questions from here. But before then, let me also read out some of the questions that we have online. So there's a question from Agbede Johnson. It says, was the technology which is required for the success implementation of some of this policy, how far prepared are we? Then Duca's piece also goes on to say, what timeline and key milestones should stakeholders anticipate for the full rollout of the reform? Pioneers of Disability Civil Rights Movement also says, how can these tax reforms uplift the lives of persons with disabilities? And I think that's an important question. So those are the questions we have. So we're taking the answers right now, and I'll be inviting the All right, so what we're going to do right now is I'll make sure that every panelist answers some of the questions. So that all of the questions that have been asked, anyone which you want to answer, please go ahead and answer it, and then we'll call on the chairman to make his final remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two participants asked question concerning how the knowledge of this reform will get the lowest of our society. I think the two women on this side. Chairman White talked about a period after the approval to sensitize people. You know, I think that is one way that the message can get down to the poorest of the poor. Again, this workshop is one of the ways of disseminating information concerning the bill. Various people are good. Two of the ladies who spoke said they were representing certain categories of people. So the intention of this workshop is that, having gotten this message, you take it down to your people and then tell them what you have learned from this workshop, and then get everybody in your community ready for it. Again, the academia will also come into this in this aspect, because from now henceforth, the import of this workshop is that once this bill is passed and ascended to, all the textbooks in taxation will be rendered obsolete. Yes, it will require revision. So those of us who teach taxation are already gearing up to revise our books on taxation. So I believe that with all these measures, the message will get down to the people. By the time we teach our students and then they go into the industry and begin to practice it, the message will spread. Then one other question asked to the chairman was, since he will be part of the implementation committee, will he also have a say on how government spends the money? Well, I think I remember what President Obasanjo said when he was constituting an economic advisory committee when he was in power. After constituting that panel, he said, your duty is to advise. And it's left for me to either take your advice or reject it. If you want, insist, I take your advice, you go and contest and become president. So, but I think that the president, our president, President Tinubu, haven't thought it wise to set up this kind of committee. You know, we implement to the letter whatever they advise him. So he talked about financial discipline, and I think if there's a recommendation on that, I don't think government will ignore it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I also want to just contribute to a few points that questions or comments that have been made. One is the fiscalization and how, considering the complexity and the population of Nigeria, how we're going to get this done. I think from what the chair presented, a lot of these things will leverage technology. And when you have the right technology in place, and you incentivize the right behavior, then people will adopt. There was a time when we didn't believe that anybody in the village will understand the phone or how to use the phone. But today, most people can use the phone and get on the internet. So a lot of technology, investment in technology will have to happen for this to actually work. The other point to make is around engagement. So inherent in the constitution of the committee was the need to collaborate. So members of the committee are part of different associations or groups of people. We have the academia, people from the business sector, so it was well formed intentionally to ensure that we have that level of collaboration across Nigeria generally. And when we had the engagement, we also got input from people from across all the states. So there was an intentional effort to collaborate, and that's going to continue. It's not going to stop at the time when the law is put in passed. It's going to continue, and this is just the beginning. We'll have more and more of this, and for bodies like my body, LCCI, and other associations, somebody says she's from an association, you will need to take this down to your constituency, and that will happen. Also, there's the bit about translating to different languages for all people everywhere to be able to get used to it. So there's going to be massive sensitization. There's going to be a lot of engagement. So let's not think, oh, Nigeria is so big, we are 200 and something million, how are we going to get to everybody? I think that process has started, and the discussions that the committee has had with development partners and the willingness to support is there. And so I doubt that there will be any problem with engagement and sensitization. I also just wanted to talk about, in terms of having a balance of the monetary and fiscal policy. And I think somebody also mentioned the fact that how do we ensure that government takes this forward? With all the business associations, with MAN, NASME, LCCI, everybody, we all kind of have a responsibility for advocacy. And that means that we are constantly watching out, and we are going to continue to advocate. And that advocacy does not have a limit. So we can't say, oh, we have spoken enough, we can't continue to speak. We continue to speak. For us at LCCI, sometimes we speak and government listens, sometimes we speak and government doesn't listen, but we continue to speak. And just the fact that people are constantly speaking will ensure that, once we pass the law and we start implementation, that we can be on the right path. The other thing is then, what do they spend the money on? Generally, we talk about corruption, right? We say that there isn't enough transparency within the system. And if we continue to push for, maybe reporting and monitoring, all those things being put in place will ensure that at least we get feedback on what is going on. If we have an implementation plan, we can constantly somebody said that Taiwo has a good heart, he's a good man. And if he's a good man, that means that once we put this plan in place, and we'll have specific impact indicators, we'll know when things are going wrong, and we'll constantly talk about it. And just being able to constantly communicate does help in the process. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I know he also wanted to speak, Ma, so please let him just speak, then we'll come to
I just want to add to what has been said already. During the course of this bill, there are a lot of interventions, including SMEDAN. Last month, I think SMEDAN engaged with MSMEs, and this engagement is going to continue in all the 774 local governments of the country. SMEDAN has assured MSMEs that, and MSMEs were well represented during the bill. So, and in implementation as well. So MSMEs, you just be rest assured that this be enabling environment to do your business in Nigeria. And again, not only those who are formal, including those who are informal, all issues, there were a lot of interactions with those who are informal, because those who are informal are also part of us. So we also took in a lot of inputs from them, which we were passed to the committee, and with the committee has also included in the bill, and it's going to become part of the implementation. So I would like to inform those who are MSMEs that this bill is for you, so you should be prepared. There are a lot of waivers, there are a lot of exemptions, especially in the agriculture and other areas. So for this is going to enable MSMEs to do their business very well and make a lot of revenue and grow, because essentially it supports MSME to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Teju Shomorin, please.
Thank you very much. I just want to make some additional comments to what have been said. Number one, I want to emphasize more on tax education. It's very key. When the national tax policy was revised in 2017, one of the recommendations was that there should be tax education right from secondary school. Up till now, that recommendation has not been done. I think we should use this opportunity to ensure that tax education is imbibed right from secondary school. In fact, I think the NUC should review their curriculum and include a course. I want to suggest that the course can be FTX, Fiscal FPT, Fiscal Policy and Tax, course 001. So I'm giving it that name because taxation is very fundamental in the lives of everybody and in the life of every country or every state. And taxation is a constitutional requirement. It is a duty of everyone in this room. If you check chapter 2 of the Constitution, specifically section 24F, it starts with, it is the duty of every citizen to declare your income. To whom? To lawful agencies. How? Honestly. And do what? And pay that tax. That section 24F have answered all those questions. If you all follow that, and everybody pays his or her tax, from a personal income tax, we'll be able to generate enough revenue. The other point I want to talk to is in respect of what Professor Mike said, that after this reform, all the tax books that we have, all those sections, they will no longer be relevant. They will still be relevant because what has happened is that in the 4 bills, the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill, you will still have those provisions there. But what we have done concerning this reform is that all those legislation that you have differently, like you have CITA, Companies Income Tax Act, CAP C21, Petroleum Profit Tax Act, CAP P13, stamp duties, CAP S8, Value Added Tax Act, all those ones, you will not see them as single legislation again. They are all now in a one legislation. So this reform is very bold, it's comprehensive. I never knew anybody can have the power to kill stamp duties. I think we still continue to be having stamp duties. But as it is now, stamp duties is dead. We are not using it again. But what is now going to happen is that some of those sections are still there. For example, Federal Revenue Service Establishment Act is one of the laws that is going to be repealed. But Section 8, about the functions of the Federal Revenue Service, you will still have about 60% of the functions of Federal Revenue Service under Section 8 in the new section of the Nigerian tax bill. Likewise, all the sections that deal with exemptions, Section 23 that deals with profits exempted, Section 19 that deals with dividends, all those sections in the old laws, you will still find them in these new laws, but the sections are differently numbered and there are some little amendments. Then the Joint Tax Board, which was established under Section 27 of MITMA, and then later Peter, you still find Joint Tax Board there, but some amendment. So, Professor Mike, don't throw away those books. They may still be useful. They will still be useful because some of the sections there, you will still find them there. So that is what I want to add about that one.
All right.
Then the last one is about campaign. We need publicity and campaign because as I said, this reform is very bold. This is the first time Nigeria is having a comprehensive reform. What we have been having before were tailored towards only tax reform. The one of 1978 was tailored only through withholding tax. The one of 1991, 1992, that was the one that introduced value-added tax into Nigeria and changed services, changed the Inland Revenue Department, all those departments into services. They all focus only on tax reforms. The one of 2003, 2004 also only focused on tax reform. This is the only reform that is very comprehensive, and there are so many changes there. So I will enjoy that we have a lot of publicity in different languages so that everybody, even the local people, they will understand what is being done to this reform. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Teju Shomorin. Thank you. All right.
Okay.
You have the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I know I had a lot of questions directed to FRS, and I'm going to try and answer all of them. The first one is, how prepared are we, tax officers, to also get on board? We've been very much be part of this reform. And to let you know, as at May last year, FRS set up a new office for implementation of the tax reforms. And I am the head of the office who is driving the implementation of the tax reforms in FRS. And what are we doing? First, to identify what is changing and to communicate that to our officers. And that is the first aspect of the job. We communicate that, then we do evaluation of the officers who are going to implement it. We have even an evaluation framework we use to measure that they are actually on board with the reform. So FRS, we are very ready when it comes to that. And also, the second one is someone asked, how are we going to be taxing digital transactions? Today, you know that FRS already gone digital. We already, people are not, there's no hiding place for many transactions. Today, if you know, there's service on WhatsApp. Have you seen service on WhatsApp? So we see many companies that register, people register companies today, portfolio companies, and they have no address. However, transactions can be tracked. And what you just see with them is their banking information, transactions, there is intelligence. And you see their phone number. You try to get the address, no address. However, many of them have social media accounts, including WhatsApp. And they receive assessments, even via WhatsApp today. So what it means that there's no identity. We are very much on board when it even comes to digital transactions. We track a lot of transactions when it comes to that. So there is a question about, then again, introduction of fiscalization is actually not even just about a new thing. Section 25 of FRS Establishment Act today allows FRS to deploy technology for tax administration. And so even before this bill is passed, FRS has already started with deployment of e-invoicing, which we started trying out since last year with some selected companies. And by mid of this year, our e-invoicing system may go live. We go live. And what does e-invoicing do? The chairman tried to explain some of the things it does. It's an electronic invoicing system that will now be adopted by Nigerian businesses. And that allows government to also know those transactions you're carrying out. And with that, every transaction can be easily tracked. You can easily also claim your input VAT without stress. Also, when you want to claim expense, deductible expense, it's easy for government to also track that truly these expenses were incurred. By and large, it's even going to be like a check and balance for taxpayers. So many times, it makes your audit even easy. If you need to be audited, government, the chairman spoke about pre-filled system. These are systems, things that will enable that. And someone said, do we need to still go back and what business do we still have with Tax Pro Max? Tax Pro Max is a tax administration system. So what we conduct manually is what Tax Pro Max does automatedly. So you don't need to file paper, instead of paper returns, what we're asking for is electronic returns. Even when you are exempted, now does not mean you are exempted from filing returns. You are exempted from payment of income tax. There are returns that need to be filed, and that's the only way government can actually know you are under the threshold or within the threshold of exemption. Returns have to be filed, so you still have to file your returns, and you file it via the tax romance platform. What are we doing to reform the mindset of tax officers? I already spoke to you about we setting up an office in charge of implementing reforms. And one of the things the office is doing is also to champion tax education, reorientation of our officers, and I'll come back to about the curriculum of tax we have today. About books, truly a lot of things will change, and like Professor Teju said, you know, for tax officers, they work with the tax laws. Even when they read the books have to conform with the law. So many times we are retraining our officers. Capacity building is the greatest thing we are going to be doing, and we are developing curriculum already. I'll tell you, the law has not been passed. We have a team of experts, and we are already developing curriculum. And this is one thing we do. Talking about withholding tax that I've even started. In January this year, my team visited Lagos, and what did we come to do? To speak to our officers about the new withholding tax regulation, because it's part of the reforms, and to let them know the applicability of that regulation and what has changed. Many things have changed, and we needed to let them know. And we are doing this even across the country. We hold webinars, we hold seminars, workshops, even within service, to reorientate and change the mindset of the tax officers. We are digitizing, we continue to do that. So when it comes to be rest assured that the mindset of the tax officers is also being changed in line with reform. As we are doing fiscal reforms, we are doing infrastructural reforms, we are also doing human capacity, personnel reforms. I think I have one more question before I drop the mic. VAT attribution. Someone spoke about VAT attribution and collection from a location. No, it's not just about location. The reform is not talking about location. The reform actually gives FRS a mandate to ensure that adequate record is kept, not only location. Section 13A of the VAT Act today mandates that that everyone should issue what we call a tax invoice. And a tax invoice carries certain information. So if the man who has gone to Kano to buy goods in Kano provides records, so taxation is done with records. Record keeping is first, and you know it's even an offense not to even keep records. So those records have to be kept well. So if you go to Kano from Katsina and you are a distributor, you collect a tax invoice. And when you are issuing that tax invoice, adequate address is there. This helps in tracking even where that consumption is done. And so with that, and with the e-invoicing system we are deploying, the e-invoicing system goes beyond just collecting information just like that. It also has what we call a geolocation, which also says where this information is collected. So when an invoice is issued somewhere, there's also an electronic geolocation that knows where such is collected. So it helps to build up this information so that it will help in the distribution, attribution that we've spoken about. Withholding tax deduction and small businesses, yes, what the chairman has said is that the withholding tax have changed and those small businesses are not expected to collect, except for those who they collect from those who do not have a TIN. And of course, like I said, reporting is the most. You also have to report all this to know who does not have a TIN. Of course, when you want to, you ask for the TIN of that business, and if you cannot provide that, there's a TIN validation platform too that you can also engage to also know those who have TIN. I think these are the questions that were directed to us, and I think I've done justice to them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. This is now for Professor Akintoye to answer.
Thank you very much. Very quick one. To my former student, who is now a lecturer at LASU, yes, it was true I told you, and I taught you in class, that government, we advocated at that time that they should tax the fruit, not the tree. If you have read this bill, and you have listened to Professor Taiwo's presentation today, you agree with me that that's the theory behind this bill. Waiting for businesses to thrive, to survive, having fruit before you tax them. So that's the summary of the bill. So when we take it further, you will understand. But I know David Levy have listened very well. That's the summary, without necessarily repeating what he said. That's number one. Number two, I want to support the FRS on the training of your staff. As we sit in this hall, about 20 of the FRS staff are PG students at the Backup Business School. And for your information, they are writing the exam right in this hall. All that you are presenting now, they are writing their 30% exam based on what we are discussing now. They are around here writing today 30% of their exam at the business school from this workshop, which they are going to submit. And the like of Professor Taiju and everybody, including Professor Taiwo, will assess the reports for purpose of 30%. So they are there, they are laughing. And about 20 of them are from FRS. So you are all welcome. They are there at the back. Thank you very much. Professor Taiju recommended introduction to fiscal policy and tax at the NUC. Incidentally, I supported Professor Mikailu as the chair of admin and management at the NUC. And we have introduced taxation in the CC Mass as a subject from 100 level. So what we are taking from this workshop is we are going to rework the curriculum. And if you look at the CC Mass, we yielded 30% to universities, and we have 70% under us. So, and it's going to be subject to review from time to time. So I can assure you, that after now, the CC Mass will accommodate what we are discussing now. The curriculum and tax will change. But anybody want to talk of history of tax, we still need Teju tax. So, don't worry. Professor Ishezola of a blessed memory taught me in UI about close to 40 years ago. But we needed to do something this year, and we're looking for his book in history of, and we were looking everywhere until we got a copy. So Teju tax will still be relevant when we will be reviewing the curriculum. That's very, very important. So we are not throwing away the book. We are going to continue to use the book. And when you are going to talk of history of Nigeria, and even the lawyers, they also need that book to thrive. But the curriculum we review from time to time, not only at the secondary school level, we are also advocating for that. Professor Peter Okebukola, one of the documents he released, if you read it, was to introduce tax from secondary school as even a subject in JAM. So that is coming up now. And at the university level, we already have university running BSc tax. National State University and some other universities are already running tax as a subject. And up to, I can tell you now, up to PhD. Even at Backward University, we run PhD in accounting. We now have specialization in tax and fiscal policy as an option. So it's already available, and we are going to work on that from time to time. Thank you very much. Finally, on the invoice you mentioned, as at this morning, I opened something in the night, and Dangote brought up E. Everything you want to do it with Dangote now, they say you do E. You order E, you pay E, you do everything E. The records are online. Thank you very much.
All right, I'll allow Professor also answer the final set of questions, and then
let me just add to one question that was raised. Someone was asking whether fiscal policy, government expenditure has any policy regarding to it. And I want to say yes. Already government has a Fiscal Responsibility Act that guides government spending. But what I think this reform should also cover will be the ceiling. The chairman, when he was making his presentation, talked about the unsustainable level of debt servicing. The amount of the percentage, I think he mentioned 97 or so percent, that is spent by government, or government revenue that is spent on servicing borrowing and loans. So I think the aspect that is critical at this time of reform will be to put a ceiling on how much of government revenue that can be borrowed, how much government can borrow money at all levels to finance whatever expenditure. That would be a good treat to safeguard further exposure of government revenue in using it to service loans and deficits. Then again, a lot has been said about education. We have been converted today as educators of this new tax reform. Everyone that came here listening to the chairman, for me, it is exciting news to get the details as much as he has given us. And therefore, we have become agents to carry this message home to wherever we are. For those of us who are teaching the university system, I substantially agree that we also need education. Our colleagues need education. We cannot assume that the complications or the sophistications of this reform can be understood by just one stroke of a discussion like this. Maybe the chairman and his team may also go ahead and evolve, make sure that these details of these reforms are circulated among the academia to facilitate their capacity to deliver the training that is required. There's no way we can do the new system without infrastructure. So if it is the businesses, they need infrastructure. So it means that there will be provision by government or by those entities to make sure that the required infrastructure to drive the technology that is required to implement the reforms are provided. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor John Ihe Dinihu. Thank you so much for your submissions today. And that's where we bring it to wraps on this panel session. You would agree with me that it's been very insightful. They've stayed with us and they've really poured out everything they know. I'll be inviting very quickly our chairman to take the final remarks. My name is Elizabeth Musa. I'm a broadcast journalist. I work with Business Day. I'm a professional compare and moderator, and it's really been a delight doing this and moderating this panel. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, everyone, and thank you. The hall is still full at 2 o'clock, so I won't stand between you and your lunch. So let's see whether we can do this in like 10 minutes, and then we close. I will only just focus on questions that haven't been answered or where I want to add any additional perspective. The first one is Femi Fajolu. Most of the tax issues we have are with sub-national, especially local government. How do we resolve the problem? Since we are not dealing with Rwandans, we are dealing with Nigerians. So, my view on that is slightly different. I think there's nothing wrong with Nigerians. Once you create the right system, people will respond to the system that you create. So what we've done is to try and look at the angle of the tax officers, the angle of the taxpayer, and the angle of the tax agents. All of those three are adequately captured in the tax reform. As we speak now, we're engaging with local governments and states. Our engagement with them continues because we recognize that some of the problems are constitutional. You'll be surprised to know that in the 4th schedule of the Constitution, it empowers local government to collect, pay attention to it, wheelbarrow tax, bicycle tax, produce tax, TV tax, radio tax. In 2025, we should be collecting wheelbarrow tax. So we can write a bill now and say don't collect, but it will be unconstitutional. So what we've done is the ones where we can write in the law without violating the Constitution, we have written that. The ones that require that we amend the Constitution, we've sent proposals to the National Assembly to amend the Constitution, and in parallel, we are engaging with the local government. And I can tell you the local government we've met with are fully on board.
Instead of collecting 20-something taxes, we think they can collect one, and people will pay less, and they will collect more. So that is what we're working on. We're very optimistic that this will work. The second one is from Abimbola Oluokun. I think he was making the point that tax policy cannot control inflation, but I say it has a very big role to play. The tariffs in the US is tax. It's already impacting inflation. So on Temu, some products have been increased by 200% in the US. If you think about the structural aspect of our inflation, the difference between the rural and urban inflation in Nigeria is up to 500 basis points. You know that rural food inflation and urban food inflation is only accounted for by transportation and in Nigeria and taxes. The guys bringing yam from the north to the south, they pay between 500 and 700,000. They are stopped more than 20 times. When the yam gets to Lagos, it's up by another 500 per tuber. That's inflationary. When you address that, it will have an impact. You can also use tax policy to provide subsidy for sectors where you want the product to be affordable, like agric. So I think it has what we are doing is to try and make sure that all those different parts work together to deliver on the plan for Nigeria. Then my lecturer, Mr. Mukaila Abiola Kodri, he lectured me 20-something years ago. He looks exactly the way he looked that time. So thank you, sir, for the knowledge you impacted in us. So his point is don't run with the headline. I agree with you. And then he says, readiness for taxation of the digital economy. How ready are we? We are very ready. The way we looked at it in the reform is three aspects. There's digital or digitalization for tax administration. You will see in the tax reform, and as we begin to implement, there's a lot of self-service. Just think back about 20, 30 years ago. You want to make a bank transfer, you go to the bank and collect tally. Just imagine what you are doing for yourself today. I don't want to go and look for my account manager to transfer money. So the tax system is going to be a lot of self-service. That's why even withholding tax, you are the one writing the credit note. So from the tax authority aspect, digitalization. From the taxpayer side, self-service. And then the digital economy itself. You see taxation of cryptocurrency, virtual assets, and all these gig economy from YouTube, Google, to Facebook, to Amazon, to Zoom. They are remitting taxes to FRS already. We have significant economic presence order. So all of these things are captured. Our view is that when you are doing business online, you should not have any undue advantage over the person doing it offline. Neither should you be punished just because you're operating online. We want to make the level playing field to be even. Then Chief Adenike Emmanuel, I believe, I got it right. Then she spoke about awareness and the fact that people are making billions in OKRing. How will the local government people be addressed, the issue with them? How will digitalization be passed to government officials? Are they ready to embrace it? And how to get fiscalization device? Will government be able to attend to all SMEs, self-service? How will PROMAS work, which my brother has addressed from FRS? Will the community have a say on how government will spend the money? So I agree with you. I think OKRing is like an example. We know there are people in the formal sector that are making money. We know there are many people in the formal sector that are not making money. So what we are doing now is develop a system that is intelligent. You know, the thing about life is you can hide your income, you can't hide how you spend it. When people have money, whether it's legitimate, they spend. They travel abroad. Government knows they are traveling because you need a passport, you need to buy a ticket. They build a house. Even if they don't get any papers, you know what they'll do when they complete it? They go to the electricity company to connect to their house. That's intelligence. You know what? They have a mobile phone. Poor people, rich people don't put 50 naira and flash people for 30 days in a month. They have money. They buy brand new cars. You know who registers it? Government registered the car for them. So there is enough intelligence within the system. We've identified all the points. We connect it together. When you come with your tax returns, we'll collect it. The system will validate with the intelligence available and say, "Oga, madam, you say your income is 5 million for the year, but you spent 45 million during this year. Can you tell us, were you printing money at home?" So don't worry whether it's Okeari or it's anywhere. It doesn't matter. Informal sector today, to be honest, I think there's no activity you are doing that cannot be tracked when government is ready to do it. We have no powers to tell the politicians how to spend the money, but I can tell you that they are listening to us. We've actually developed a framework. We call it spending framework that we've shared with the subnational on our ideas on how to prioritize where we spend our money. So we think there are two important issues: priority of spending and quality of spending. So what are you spending money on and how well are you spending? And of course, you need to be transparent. So it's work in progress. They can easily ignore us and nothing will happen. But we know that they mean well for our country and they will not ignore us. So together, we make our country better. Kehinde Adelubela, I think. Sorry if I got it wrong. Do we have any policy guiding government spending and how do we hold government accountable? I just addressed that. The other bit about holding government to account is we must pay attention and develop interest beyond headlines. In the tax reform bills, there are a lot of provisions there to hold government to account. For example, even FRS, there's now a requirement that they must do audited accounts, an annual report, not just account, and publish it online. So when they do that, at least you understand where the money is coming from. Part of what we've sent to the National Assembly is a restructuring of our budgetary system that has significant accountability framework embedded into it. So we have even local governments, we have ideas on accountability, but at the end of the day, it's a demand and supply thing. When people demand for accountability, it is supplied. When they don't supply it. So let's work together to make it happen. Then Joy Iweke, I think I missed the middle name, from Business Women Network. How do we bring the reforms home to the ordinary person and woman and man on the streets? So this is part of what we're doing, and the president of NASME is here with us. So we've had some engagement with small business owners, and we are going to continue with that. The idea is to even cover all these local governments. But you can imagine that our committee alone cannot do it. If we go to all 774 local governments, it will be 3 years before we cover all of it. So the idea is once we have engagement like this, you have network of women, small business association, also help us to pass the message across. What we've discussed today, for example, the small business owner in the village needs maybe just 2% of it. The person is not interested in fiscalization, for example. So whatever they need, we share with them. Then the question on, okay, this one is for FRS on their mindset, and my friend from the FRS has addressed it. And there was a question about spending money to pay tax in one state and you also pay in another. That's also addressed in the reform. So the reform has a provision for tax identity consolidation and collaboration between the authorities. In fact, in addition to that, as we speak now, we have an executive order. Once the laws are passed, we present the executive order, Mr. President, to sign, and then to the states to localize. The way it will work is the primary and foundational identity for all Nigerians will be your NIN. Just imagine if we want to get to a point where you don't even need to know or remember your NIN. If you can just remember your phone number, you know your phone number is unique. So your phone number, once you give it to anybody, it links back to NIN. So, and any state, wherever you go, they can see your tax information based on access protocol, because we are also mindful of confidentiality of data and data security. But the idea of having to pay tax in one state, pay in another one, will be a thing of the past once these things are fully implemented. Dr. Olusegun Peter says, yes, Mr. President himself even said it when he was setting up our committee, that we will no longer tax the seed, we will tax the fruits. We will not tax capital and investment, we will tax the returns on investment. We will not tax poverty. We will invest for your prosperity, and you share part of your prosperity with the government by way of taxes. That's the principle. And like I said, none of this is being said because it's nice to say. When you go to the tax reform bills, you see them written down in provisions. And that's the way we want to go. We know that's the second step. The first step is to think about the direction of travel. The second one is to put it down, black and white, by way of law. And the last and most important is now how we implement, where we need all of us to do it. And then he said, I like his idea. I don't know whether it can work. He says instead of income taxes, why don't we just focus on gas emission tax? And I was thinking whether he's been inspired by Donald Trump. So the first point is, there is direct and indirect taxes. Even if we agree today that nobody should pay income tax anymore, we should just tax gas flaring and gas emission. The tax will come back to all of us. Because those people are businesses. If I want to bring crude oil from the ground and I flare gas, and let's say you ask me to pay $1 million per cubic feet that I flare, I will increase. You just find when you are buying petrol, it will be 10,000 per liter. So tax has a way of going back to the people. So while we agree that we should control the environment, we think that the most progressive approach is to make the tax system progressive by exempting poor people, reducing the class on the middle class, the tax on middle class, and increasing it on the high net worth. Society works like that anywhere. Think of any economy that is working. That's the way the system is designed. And that's exactly what we are trying to do. Ade Farati. What is the committee doing to ensure that education is not being taxed? Can we have a reduced rate for education for CIT? A lot is in the tax reform bill to ensure that education is not being taxed, including, good news, education currently, most of the items are exempt from VAT, which means you don't charge VAT. But if you have incurred VAT in building your school, in paying for utility and whatever it is, expenses, it is your business, you bear the VAT. Under the reform, education is now zero rated. What it means is there is no VAT on education services, and any VAT you've incurred on assets or services or materials, you can claim it back. So that's a big improvement in the education sector. And it's just one example. So there are other examples of items there in the reform to promote education. We're very intentional with human capital development. That's why I told you that one of the three main focus is that it's people-centered. We recognize that people-centered or being people-centric has to do with primarily education and healthcare, even ahead of food, because food is immediate. How tomorrow will look like is dictated by education. So there's a lot of focus in that reform to make that a lot better now. Reduced CIT, we cannot give reduced CIT to any sector. We took the view that if you start having different CIT rates, it creates confusion. If you are small and in your school, your income is no more than 100 million, your tax is 0%. Once you are a big school and you are making profit, it's profit we are taxing. We are not taxing you on your capital. We remove all the taxes on capital. If I have a school where I make 10 billion a year and my profit is 1 billion, then I should pay tax on the 1 billion. Education is important, but why is the person producing food paying tax? Because if you have an agri business and it's big, you pay tax as well. So what we've done is to try and make it more attractive to do your business, not tax your capital, not tax your investments, make it zero rated, but once you make big profit, you will pay tax. If your education business is public interest, and public interest is defined in the tax laws, if you make 1 trillion naira a month, no tax. So if you really don't like tax at all, just make sure your education institution is of public interest and you will not have to pay a dime. Then the other one is considering the size of our economy and the rural economy as well. How will this fiscalization work? And somebody asked, how do you get the device? You know that there's hardly any village you go today and there's no POS machine. Do you agree with me? In Kaduna, when El-Rufai was the governor, they did a harmonization of the tax system. They introduced a harmonized tax law, and they outlawed cash payment for taxes. People said, no, there are people who cannot read, they are not write. How would they be able to pay? Guess what happened? Kaduna State increased their revenue by more than 400% within a period of less than 5 years. It turns out that in rural markets, where people cannot read and write, business opportunities emerge. Young people went and set up a POS. You want to pay tax, you come there, they'll collect. In fact, they were now helping the system because before they collect the payment from you, they're asking you questions and they are putting it in the system. They pay and they give you your receipts. The system worked perfectly well. Plus, bear in mind that the way that this tax reform has been designed is that if your turnover in a year is not more than 100 million, you don't need to even charge VAT. So all these rural people we are worried about, if their income is less than 100 million, they don't need to worry. If you're a rural person and your income is more than 100 million, I think you can afford someone who can read and write to help you file returns. Then, how do we ensure there is robust collaboration with stakeholders? We're working on that. Custom service. I need to commend the FRS. My friend said it already. A few months ago, they set up a whole unit on just the implementation of our reform. And it's headed by 2 directors. There's a coordinating director, and my friend now, who is a director, supporting him. And they have the complement of smart people on the team. So we're really very impressed because FRS will be the most impacted by our reform in terms of implementation, and they are taking it very seriously. Same thing with the Joint Task Board. They're also playing their parts. We are appealing now to the rest of our stakeholders, professional bodies, tax consulting firms, the academia. Let's all come together. This is our reform. That's the way we should look at it. This is not President Tinubu initiated it, but it is for Nigeria. This is to outlive every one of us. And this reform, I can tell you, is transformational. Then the other one is, he's concerned about the category band A, band B of tax agents and all of that, to say, why should you audit me if I'm band B? He said, no. The point is that when you come and say you are technically competent, we will test it. You say you are honest and ethical, we will test it. And say, okay, now you can file returns for people. We cannot immediately start trusting you and say we will not audit you now. So you still be doing it. The system will be collecting data. That data over time, the consistency of your technical competence, the consistency of your integrity will build over time to form credibility before you can be accredited to be band A. In fact, what I'm even saying now is not even in the system, or it's not in the tax law. But this is our aspiration, that once we have the law and we start collecting the data, we can promote doing the right thing and reward it in our system. So I think we'll get there and nobody will be disadvantaged. Anybody who is disadvantaged will be because they're either not competent or they are not honest. Either way, that's on them, not on the system and not on us. The second to the last one, Giwa Rashid. So he was supporting the point by Pan-African University and saying it's not only Okearin, and we agree with it, it's not only Okearin, I think it's the same principle across. What is the committee doing about those markets? We're engaging. Like I said, but we can't go everywhere. So we're also engaging with people that can engage with other people as well. What are we doing about banks collecting all manner of things in dollars, in pounds? Our role is not regulating banks, but if banks are collecting taxes, it's part of the work we are doing. And we're working with banks. We had sessions with them, with bank CEOs, with bankers committees. We had series of engagement with the central bank, including retreat. So we're working together. So you will see a lot of improvements in areas where banks collect taxes. If a bank is charging you for keeping money with them, we can't control that. Sterling Bank, and I'm happy to call it out. You know, the MD is my very good friend. Sterling Bank decided that they will not collect any charges on customers. So if you have a bank where they are still charging you for keeping money with them, just close the account and open a new one. Yeah. You know, the market will control the rest. Then the final one is, how do I know that, okay, this is on withholding tax. And the question is, how do I know that the person I'm dealing with, I should deduct withholding tax or not? I like that practical question. So you are a company, you are the CFO, you have various suppliers. We say in our reform, don't deduct withholding tax on small businesses. Your question is, how do you know the person is a small business? Fantastic question. So you need to take practical steps. The first thing you do is just do a simple form at the beginning of the year or beginning of doing transaction with anyone for them to sign a declaration. I declare that my company is small. My turnover is not more than this, right? Ask them to sign. Bear in mind that you are not even supposed to do withholding tax unless you have an established relationship. So this is not casual one. If you just go to the mall to buy, there's no withholding tax. Which means, first and foremost, we are talking about someone that has an established business relationship with you. Let them sign that declaration. If they lied about it, it means that whenever the taxman comes back, you go to them to collect the money. It's simple as that. We're hoping that we get to a point where the FRS can automate the threshold so that on the system, if your turnover reported is less than 100 million, you can validate by just asking for their TIN and you see whether they are small or big. But the practical solution I recommend, ask people to commit themselves that they are small or they are big. If they refuse to respond, deduct tax on them. If they say they are big, continue to deduct. If they say they are small, stop deducting with the caveat that if they lied, you are coming back to them. So the online people say, what timeline do we have for this implementation? Implementation has started already. The FRS is already doing piloting of some of the reforms, including fiscalization, for example. Withholding tax already is implemented from January of this year. And the rest of it, once the bills are passed and signed into law, we give notice and implementation would also continue. How can the tax reform help people with disability? Yes, we had 2 sessions with people with disability, one online, one physical meeting. And you find in the tax reform bills that we have provisions to create exemption for them as many areas as possible. For example, the tools that they need to assist them, whether it's to do with aid to be able to walk, whether it's to do with visual, those things are exempted from tax. And one other thing that we also have done intentionally is to ensure that people with disabilities, we get input from them in the reform process. Because if you are not wearing the shoes, you're unlikely to know where it pinches. We're not saying that reforms are entirely perfect. One of the things we're considering to do that we couldn't figure out was how to exempt them from paying personal income tax up to a certain threshold. But then we got to a point where we said, if you put in the law now to say people with disability are exempted from paying personal income tax, the number of people with disability in Nigeria, it will increase. So officially now we have about 15 million. That number can easily be 70, 80 million. And it's going to be very sensitive if you are trying to validate whether somebody is with disability or not. You know, so we couldn't manage that for now. And our level of data is not sophisticated enough. Maybe when we do amendments in a few years, when we have more data, we'll be confident to say they should be exempted from paying taxes. So thank you very much for those questions. We'll close now. we encourage you to please follow us. So just remember fiscal reforms. If that's the only thing you remember, you find us on YouTube, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Twitter, as well as I think we even have TikTok, Instagram as well. And there's a dedicated website, fiscalreform.ng. You find everything there, a copy of the laws, videos, interviews, and if anything happens, we upload there again and again. And as we move now into full implementation, we're going to be doing explainers videos. Watch out for them. We keep it very simple. Take one topic at a time. Spend between 5 to 7 minutes, one video, move on to another. Because attention span is very short. We need to recognize that. So watch out for that. And let's see how we can make this truly a good experience for Nigeria and for the Nigerian people. So on this note, I'd like to appreciate, first and foremost, Babcock Business School for partnering with us. And by extension, the academia as a group, and you see all our professors, and they've been very attentive from the beginning. We do not take it for granted. We're very grateful that you're here, because we know you're going to be one of our biggest advocates in educating the rest of society. So we're open to working with you to make you our ambassadors, if that is appropriate. We are grateful to the business leaders, the professionals, policymakers, the panelists, discussants, the secretariat of the Presidential Committee, the moderator, the cameramen and the media, and even to the hotel for hosting us. And to anyone that we may have forgotten to mention, we apologize. You are all very important to us. We appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of the day, and lunch is served. Thank you very much.
All right, so lunch is served, but because we want it to be very orderly, please, we'll take it row by row, and that's starting from the first row, please. Let's make it very mature, very orderly, so everyone can get to eat, and we don't have this place looking all scattered. I see people are standing, but let's take it row by row, from the first row, please. Can we take pictures with the panelists, please? The panelists and vice chancellors, please. Can we come up stage very quickly for official photographs, please? Panelists and vice chancellors, please. Very quickly, official photographs, please. Thank you. Panelists and vice chancellors, please. Just a very quick official photograph.
Thank you very much. I think we're good now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please go and have some lunch. Thank you.
All right, if we have all Babcock students and PhD students, please come to the front. You need to connect. Please come to the front. All Babcock students, all PhD Babcock students, please come to the front of the auditorium, please. Please come to the front of the auditorium, Babcock students. Babcock student, please, real quick, we're taking the photographs, 2 minutes only. Babcock students, are these all the Babcock students? Everyone, Babcock students, please come to the front of this auditorium. Please come to the stage, please. Please spread out. Can we spread out so that we have your pictures, please? Spread out. Please spread out. The ladies, please, let's have gender balance. Let's have some gender balance. Some ladies can just mix up. It's meant to be. We can't see some people. We can't see you, ma.